libations. Subscribe to the channel and turn on the notifications. My boys got you covered like you being guarded by payers. From the glove to the claw and everyone else in between. Calvin and Barry got everything that you need. So sit back, relax, because we're starting the show. It's basketball at the bar. Grab your drinks and let's go. Yeah. Grab a drink and let's go. Subscribe to the channel and turn on the notification. Calvin and Barry. Subscribe to the channel and turn on the notification. Let's get it.
Nice move.
Hello. What up, Barflies? Welcome to Basketball at the Bar. Join us live every weekday for the best NBA podcast here on YouTube, where the takes are hot and the drinks are cold. There's no dress code, and you can take us wherever you go. So pull up a stool, drop a like, and don't forget to subscribe. This is Basketball at the Bar. Grab your drinks, and let's go, Calvin. You know what we forgot? It's Aloha Friday.
Oh, it is Aloha Friday. Man, happy Aloha Friday out there, everybody.
Aloha to all my Friday viewers out there, especially Elaine. I want to give a shout out to Elaine Kerr. Thank you so much for your support. We really appreciate you.
We love you, Elaine.
We love you a lot. All right, Calvin. So we're here. We're drinking some beers, and we are watching the Atlanta Hawks get dismantled by this Cleveland Cavaliers team.
They're not getting dismantled yet.
But they are about to be, as Clint Capella was just ruled out for the second half of this game after hyperextending his right knee. Not going to brag, Calvin, but I think you and I both chose Cleveland in this game.
We did.
And watching the pregame show, everybody took Atlanta.
Enough said.
Enough said. So, what do you see in this game that Atlanta needs to do to try and make a comeback, especially without John Collins, without Capella? You know, they're down 9 right now.
They're hurt in a few different ways, right? They're physically hurt now because Capella injures his knee. It looks like a hyperextension, one of those almost non-contact injuries after the play is over. Just a very unfortunate situation for the Hawks. But he was your only big man. You're already down John Collins. They've got Onyeka Okongwu, I hope I pronounced his name right, but he was a very highly rated prospect coming out of USC. He's just not the same as Clint Capella, right? He doesn't have the veteran experience. And when you're already down big men against a team that plays really, really big, that's a serious issue. Trae Young has to go absolutely ballistic for the Hawks here in this second half in order for them to have a chance.
Oh,
especially when you take into account that the starters for the Hawks really did nothing in the first half. I mean, I think Trae Young was 3 of 11 at halftime. No Hawks starter scored more than 9 points in that first half. So they've dug themselves a hole now, and they're, for a team that doesn't play a lot of defense, they're going to have to really, really be hitting on all cylinders here in the second half to win.
Yeah, they're in a rough spot here because, you know, they're such a good three-point shooting team. They have not shot the three ball well today. They're down 2 big men in this game, and they're playing against a really big Cleveland team. You know, normally if you're in this situation, they say get to the basket, right? Don't just jack up threes. But their specialty is threes, and they don't have any big enough guys to get to the basket. So do you just keep shooting the three ball and hopefully that you get hot, or?
That's what Atlanta's done all year long, and that's what Trae Young has done for his entire life. I mean, I think one of the only knocks you can have against Trae Young in his game right now is his shot selection. I think that people can point to Steph Curry and say the same thing. It's like they're such good shooters.
It's a bad shot unless it goes in.
That you take that shot regardless because it's part of their game. That's what they've done their whole life. But that's not how you climb out of a 10-point hole in a playoff game. I realize it's not technically a playoff game, but it's as close as it could possibly get to one without it legitimately being a playoff game. So they've got to hit threes. I mean, if you were to tell me that Cleveland at halftime was going to have 7 more made threes than Atlanta in this game, I would have said, well, Atlanta doesn't stand a chance. And they're currently down 8 points.
They're only down 8. Or, 11, it looks like, on our stream. We're a little bit behind here. But, I mean, you could look at that as a positive too, right? That they've shot that bad and Cleveland's outshot them, and they're only down. They're not even down 15 or 20 or anything like that.
Well, sure. I mean, when you've got that many shooters on your team, what shooters are going to shoot, right? And eventually they're going to shoot themselves out of it.
Yep.
However, you don't know how much time it's going to take them to shoot themselves out of it. So Bogdanović is one of the only reasons that Atlanta is in this game. He was 5 of 5 in the first half, 1 of 1 from 3. The only Hawks player in double figures. They need a lot more offensive production. I mean, they gave up more than 60 points to a Cleveland team that's one of the lowest offensive scoring teams in the NBA per game during the regular season. So if you're going to allow a team that doesn't score a lot of points to be on pace for 120 in a game, it's a lot like the Sacramento Kings, who is another team that we cover on another channel. We say this all the time, right? Like,
who also had Bogdanović.
Yeah, exactly. It's great to be one of the best scoring teams in the league, but if you give up a ton of points, you make it that much harder on yourself to win games.
Yep. Yeah, Cleveland, is playing well in this game. Darius Garland is just, every game I watch.
His coming out party, for sure.
Every game I watch of this guy, he just seems to get better and better. And he's very, very impressive. I think Lauri Markkanen, as you mentioned to me, is one of the most impressive guys in this game. He's 7-11 from the field. He's already made 5 3-pointers, 5 of 8 from three-point range, 19 points.
He's been the difference in this game.
Huge.
I predicted Evan Mobley would be the X factor or the key to this game, but it's Lauri Markkanen. It's a guy that Atlanta is committing a lot of people to the paint, and they've left him wide open from 3 time and time again, and he has made Atlanta pay every single time.
Yeah, good news for Cleveland coming into this game that Jared Allen is able to return. I think he's been out for like 6 weeks at this point due to a hand injury. He's playing okay, 22 minutes so far, 8 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, a block. What do you like? What do you dislike? What you've seen out of Jared Allen in this game?
That's the thing about having a real rim protector in the lineup, right? They can affect games without making a major impact in the box score. So just having him on the court, his presence, his size, his length, the fact that he's going to alter shots at the rim, whether or not he gets a block or whether or not they get the rebound, that's what he brings to this team, right? And you're seeing a huge difference in their game that they played against the Nets compared to this game against Atlanta. So he's a very important part of what this team tries to do, both offensively and defensively. And even if he's only got one hand, he's still going to help this team on the court.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting turn of events, right, where he comes back in this game. Atlanta loses their center at halftime in this game.
Yeah.
To an already huge
probably
Cleveland
the worst
team.
possible thing that could have happened. I mean, aside from Trae Young getting hurt, probably the worst thing that could have happened to Atlanta.
Speaking of worst possible things that could happen, let's talk about this second game that's going down today. I know you and I
talk about this.
Had a little friendly wager on this game, and we're debating now on whether that's invalidated or not. So I want to hear from you all in the chat whether you think this deal should be invalidated. Of course, I picked the Pelicans to win this game. You took the Clippers.
I did.
The Clippers are at home. And obviously the big news of today, Paul George sidelined with COVID. He is symptomatic. He will miss this game. That's huge.
Oh, it can't be understated how big that is. I mean, even if Kawhi Leonard ends up playing, there's also a report that came out this morning saying Kawhi Leonard's been upgraded to a game-time decision. Certainly doesn't mean that he's going to play by any means, and even if he does, who knows what he's going to look like if he plays. But losing, we just talked about one of the worst things that could happen to Atlanta. This is by far the worst possible thing that could have happened to the Clippers.
Hey, Vinny, it says our chat here is disconnected, unable to connect to chat. Please try again later. I just want to hear from people that are here. Sorry, guys, we're working on it right now. We'll get the chat resolved here pretty quickly. Sorry, Calvin, keep going.
No, I mean, that was my point. Like, the Clippers already needed a huge game out of their best players, Paul George included. Now he's not going to play. So you're really, really handicapped in a one-game winner-take-all scenario.
Yeah, I think my prediction was whoever has more points between McCollum and Paul George is going to win the game. It's not over yet, but CJ could be held.
Could put up a goose egg. It's not likely.
It is,
but
it's possible. So yeah, I'm definitely going to go with the Pelicans on that game. But hey, there's a reason they play the game. Paul George, I think, has missed 51 games this season. The Clippers went 24 and 27 in those games.
2 games, I think. He only played 30 games in the regular season.
It'll be 52 today. But yeah, that's wild. I mean, the Clippers do play well without him, but I don't know if they're going to play well enough to beat a Pelicans team.
They're going to need a lot. They're going to have to shoot incredibly well from 3. I don't know what Luke Kennard's status is also. He missed the first playing game against Minnesota.
I think he's playing today.
I think the chances are good of him playing, but again, if he if both those guys are out and if people like Robert Covington and Nicholas Batum aren't hitting their outside shots, it's going to be a rough night for the Clippers. They're going to need a lot to go their way.
Yeah, I agree. And Luke Kennard, I think I think he was leading the league in three-point percentage this year. So
45% from 3 this season.
He's been huge for them. He has been absolutely huge. All right, back to the game here. We got about 7 minutes left in the third quarter. If you're Cleveland, what are you focusing on? If you're Bickerstaff, are you just going to say, let's just keep doing what we're doing? Are you trying to get more done inside?
I'm definitely not shying away from what I've done right now. That is a great chase down block by Evan Mobley. Great block.
I'm actually picking him as my rookie of the year.
I'm still taking Scotty Barnes overall. I think it's kind of like splitting hairs between the two of them. They both had great seasons. Both on team. That's a flop, but it's going to get called offensive for sure. I mean, both these guys had really good years for their teams, respectively. Both teams are, assuming Cleveland hangs on to win this game, both teams are playoff teams, so you have that added bonus behind it. And they're both going to be great players for a long time. I don't think you could really go wrong either way deciding between the two of them for Rookie of the Year. But this game right now, to me, is coming down to Darius Garland and Lauri Markkanen is the guy that Atlanta is choosing to leave open, and he's not the right guy in this game to leave open.
No, he's definitely not. What's up, Alfie man? What's up, Gothan? I see Ethan in here. Welcome. I like Mobley a lot. I really do. I picked him as my rookie of the year early on in the season.
Yes.
So
and it was a good pick.
I'm going to stick with that.
It was a great pick.
He's been absolutely incredible.
Not great execution there. Normally, Karis LeVert is pretty solid there. Ethan has the Pelicans -4 against the Clippers tonight. Surprising that it's only -4 with Paul George not being in the game.
Right.
But they are at home, I guess.
Vegas is pissed. They haven't updated the odds yet. Yeah, that's just so hard for them to get inside against this big Cleveland team.
Oh, they missed Mobley there. This Cleveland team is just so long. Like, you look at everybody that's on the court right now. I mean, Darius Garland is the only player out there that's below 6'5". They've got so much length everywhere. It's wild.
Gotham, what kind of dog do you have? You're walking your dog right now? That's pretty cool. Ethan says, does CJ McCollum score more than 27? I'm going to say yes.
I'm going to say yes, too. The guy's been on an absolute tear as of late. This is what we've seen all night long,
man.
though. The Cavs have been able to get the ball in the middle of the court, middle of the paint, where they've completely broken down the Atlanta defense. And from there, it's a simple make the right read pass, either for a wide open three or an easy layup and one situation like you have here.
Yeah, this is an exciting game for Cleveland, right? This is year 4 since LeBron James left. He's eliminated. I'm sure he's rooting for them right now. I think he'll always be a Cleveland Cavaliers fan. But just exciting moment for them to just, continue this rebuild. The team's getting better. They're growing within themselves.
And they're very young. They've got a lot of these guys on really reasonable contracts. They'll have some difficult decisions to make in the next 3 or 4 seasons once a bunch of these guys are eligible for their next deal.
Mm-hmm.
But the future is bright for this Cleveland team.
A bull mastiff pit bull mix. That's a big dog, huh?
Yeah, that's a serious dog.
That's cool. I have a pit bull healer mix as well. They're awesome. They're like the most loyal dogs ever. Calvin, what are your thoughts on Kevin Porter Jr.? Because I know he was drafted by the Cleveland Cavaliers, had a bunch of issues with them. Now he's in Houston. He's balling. Do you think it was the right move to get rid of him for Cleveland? Because they seem to be heading in the upward direction. He probably would have helped that team, but I think a lot of the knocks on him was too immature, doesn't make the right decisions, maybe doesn't have it mentally. This Cleveland team, they're playing really, really well together. They seem to have a pretty high basketball IQ. Yep. I'm excited when Colin Sexton gets back, what they're actually going to do, if they trade him or what he can bring to this team. But I just want to hear your thoughts on the whole Kevin Porter Jr. situation.
Kevin Porter Jr. he's another one of those players that is just really difficult to try to figure out what you have. I mean, he's obviously, you can see it when he plays. He's incredibly talented, incredibly young as well. But he's one of those guys, when you watch him, you just have to question, is he really one of the top talents in the NBA, or is he one of those guys that is just always going to put up big numbers on a bad team? I'm still not sure on him. And I think that you bring up valid points, the immaturity, the way that he handled a lot of the situations in Cleveland, the disagreements with the coaching staff, all that stuff. Sure, like players have those moments happen, but how you handle them, how you respond to them, I think makes a huge impact, a huge difference. And I do see a few warning signs or red flags with him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he's not the first guy to do that in Cleveland too, right? We saw Dion Waiters force his way out there.
I mean, look at a guy like Gilbert Arenas, all the talent in the world, one of the best scorers on the planet, a guy that I think any team would want to have on their team. But then you have to take into account all of the off-court stuff, his attitude. Yep. People talk a lot about are guys winners, or do they want to win? All of these guys want to win. Mm-hmm. There's no question about that in my mind. But when you get to this stage where everybody is as talented as you are and everyone works hard, you have to do the extra stuff in order to separate yourself from the pack. And those are the types of things that I don't see Kevin Porter Jr. doing right now. He's still very young, and he has an opportunity to change that narrative. But as of right now, to me, he looks like a guy that's going to score 25 to 30 points a game on a team that misses the playoffs every season.
Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that. Hopefully he can turn it around. You mentioned Gilbert Arenas. It's interesting. I was actually watching a documentary earlier today when I was at work, don't tell anybody, about Javaris Crittenton and that whole incident. Yep. And oh my God, I remember that happening in real time, but just rewatching it and seeing this guy's NBA career from being a bright guy in college that, had good grades and everything, to being out of the league in 2 years, into like trying to get back, struggling, killing somebody, and now he's in jail until I think 2036 or something is when he's eligible for parole. So it's pretty wild. These guys have the world at their fingertips, but not everyone has the mental capacity to take advantage of that.
That's
and everybody makes
between
mistakes
greatness
too, right?
and just being another guy in the league.
Yeah.
You know? And it's really, really hard to separate yourself from the pack at that point.
And the people that you surround yourself are so, so important.
Without a doubt.
Because they help filter out everything else. And once you get on a bad track, having millions of dollars, being famous, all that stuff can go south really, really quick.
Oh, wow. Did they just hit him with a palming violation?
But, back on the whole Kevin Porter Jr. situation, if I were to name any player that Kevin Porter Jr. reminds me of, it's actually one of my favorite players of all time, and that's J.R. Smith. You look at a young J.R. Smith in New Orleans, then he goes to the Nuggets. I loved watching him in Denver, playing with Carmelo Anthony and those teams. But he had kind of the same thing, right? Like the dude could dunk, he could make threes from anywhere, super athletic, was an absolute baller. There was questions about his mentalness or his mental toughness. He ended up getting in a car accident where his best friend was in the passenger seat of his car and died. He ends up, having to face some repercussions for that. He was able to turn it around, right? He went to New York with Carmelo. Then he fell out of the rotation there. Cleveland, it's funny, trades for him. He ends up winning a championship with LeBron James, becomes one of LeBron's, favorite teammates, follows him to L.A. Now he's doing a great job, golfing. He's back in college. I think he's kind of like a success story for one of those guys that's kind of in that rocky position, and he was able to turn it around. And I hope the same for Kevin Porter Jr.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you hope the best for all these guys, right? But at the end of the day, once you make it to the NBA, which is such an amazing accomplishment in its own right, you've done everything that you needed to do at that point. But a lot of these guys, they make it to the NBA on talent alone.
Yep.
What you ultimately succeed with in the NBA is not necessarily your talent. So, or it's only for a select few group of people do they only succeed on talent alone. And Kevin Porter Jr. is in that boat for me. He has all the ability in the world. I would say he's actually, as of right now, or if you were to take J.R. Smith at the same age, he's ahead of J.R. Smith.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's a better playmaker than J.R. Smith is.
Yep.
But you got to put it together, and you got to figure out how to handle yourself as a professional in order to ultimately succeed at that level. And success is measured differently by everyone else, right? Or every individual person. Maybe Kevin Porter Jr. just wants to be the guy that puts up huge numbers on a team all the time and gets paid.
Yeah.
And if that's what he wants, he can do that probably for the next 10 years. But I don't think he's going to win very much.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to the old adage of, hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard, right? But honestly, we're not in those locker rooms. We're not with those players. We don't see how hard or how much work they actually put into their game, right? We see the product on the court. And when the product doesn't look right on the court, we try and look for excuses or reasons why it didn't meet expectations.
And it's a team game too, right? Yeah. Like it's not ultimately the reason the Rockets finished with one of the worst records in the league is not just because of him.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that go into that, but
yeah, and I think that Houston is a better situation for him. There's less pressure right now. He's building with a young core like he would have done in Cleveland, but it gave him kind of a fresh start.
Gave him a fresh start, but I kind of look at it from the other way. Like if he would have put all of his personal issues aside and said, this team has a chance to be really good, and I could contribute to that. I think that Cleveland is going to ultimately have more success than the Houston Rockets over the next 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, I want to look up his stats real quick. You think he'll end up staying in Houston?
I really don't know. Houston's a really hard team to figure out right now just because they're in the middle of this rebuilding process. They're incredibly young. They've got a lot of really nice young individual talents. But again, it's how do you construct the team as a whole, right? What's going to be the best route to getting the team to be a winning team? And even though you've got an incredibly talented individual like Kevin Porter Jr., it might not be the best fit ultimately for team success. So they've got a lot of questions to answer. What do they do with Christian Wood? Is he the pillar of the future that they build around? I think they like Jalen Green. They're going to probably hang on to him, but they've got a lot of young question marks on that roster that you really can't be 100% certain whether or not they're going to be with the team for the next 3-4 seasons.
Yeah, 1 year left on the rookie deal for Kevin Porter Jr.
That's a bad shot.
Wow. That is a
Unless
deep
it
shot.
goes in.
Yeah. And Atlanta takes the lead, 80-79. Wow. It's tough, man. When you can make those shots, that just makes playing defense on you even
Atlanta
harder.
is one of those teams, right? Like we saw it in the third. Well, we saw it for the whole game against Charlotte, but particularly that third quarter, they just absolutely lit it up, and they can go on those runs against any team in the league where they distance themselves and end up winning the game. So,
Yep. Karis LeVert's
Cleveland's
warming
definitely
up
got
here.
to clamp down right now.
He did not play well in the last couple games. He didn't shoot well. It's good to see him make some shots here. They're going to need him.
That's a matchup that Cleveland needs to continue to go at.
Yep.
If Trae Young's whoever Trae Young is going to be guarding, whether it's Darius Garland or Karis LeVert, they need to keep going at that matchup.
Looks like Jared Allen's picking up foul number 4. Is this number 4 here? That's not good. When you've been out that long, even if it's a finger injury, you know, you say that it's a good thing that it's a hand injury, right? Because I can like keep up my conditioning, I can continue to run, all that. But it's much different doing it a game than doing it at your house or a practice facility.
Well, sure it is. I mean, I don't think that that particular foul was a result of him not being in game shape. I've seen Trae Young fall down due to minimal contact multiple times in this game, but
all right,
this
here
is
we
another
go.
matchup to take advantage of right here.
Man, dude, that guy is so good, man. Darius Garland
and that's
is
the problem with the Hawks is they have so many individual defenders who you can say we're going at this guy all game long.
Mm-hmm. That was a late whistle. All right, well, looking at this situation right here, Calvin, it looks like Trae Young's about to go to the line. Probably going to make these 2 free throws, tie the game. 6 seconds left. Cleveland will get one last shot off. They're probably...
what a horrible play by Karis LeVert. What I don't even know what that is.
They're probably going to go in the fourth quarter here tied. So I want to hear from you what either team needs to do to close out this fourth quarter and get a win here.
Both of these teams need to continue sticking with what got them here. For Cleveland, that's Darius Garland doing things like that and playing inside out and trying to slow this game down and limiting the total number of possessions because Atlanta is such a high-powered offense. The more looks you give them, the greater the chance is of them getting really, really hot from three. And for Atlanta, again, you keep sticking with what you've been doing the whole year. You don't have Clint Capella right now, so that pick and roll game with him and Trae Young where you look for the lob is probably not going to be there. So you're looking to get Trae Young switched off to a big man in pick and roll situations that he can take advantage of, whether it's him getting an open look from three himself, getting a drive to the basket, looking to get to the foul line, or penetrating and converging defenders into the middle where you kick it out to guys like Bogdanovich and Kevin Huerter for open threes. You don't shy away from what has gotten you to this point.
Yeah, I think that last three by Garland, his foot was on the line, so they might review that and maybe take a point away from Cleveland here. But we're going into the fourth quarter here. It's pretty much tied up. It's Atlanta still got a chance here, Calvin. They are not
Atlanta
out.
does have a chance. I'll tell you what is not looking like it has much of a chance, and that's the over on this game. Sorry, Ethan.
What's the over on this game?
He knows better than I do. 230 something? 232.
Okay. Let me see if they have it here on ESPN.
Basically, it's got to be like a
223?
115, 223. Okay. 114 to 113, I think, would do it.
Oh, they're pretty close. Each team needs about 30 points here in the fourth quarter to make that happen.
It's very doable.
It's doable, but games
doable.
normally slow down here in the fourth quarter, especially if you're a team like Cleveland. That's exactly what I would be looking to do in this game. I want to get physical, like I've been saying. I want to get physical with Trae Young. I want to slow this game down, and I want to feed my big men inside.
You're going to have to run these guys off the three-point line if you're Cleveland.
Yeah.
Get them going downhill. Get them at the basket. Atlanta's just shooting 28% from three in this game, too, which is crazy to think that they actually are tied going into this fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm. Look at these.
And turnovers
threes.
is another big thing here. Atlanta, well, actually, they've done a much better job now in that third quarter. They had 7 at halftime. It's a team that is number 1 in the NBA in turnovers per game. They only give it up about 11 times per game. They only had 2 in that third quarter, though, which is much better.
Only 7 turnovers for Cleveland. That's pretty big. They've been up 14 at one point in this game. So, Cleveland, obviously, we agree that their biggest advantage is size in this game, right? They have basically 3 7-footers. You don't want to tire these guys out too much. Jared Allen's just coming back. Evan Mobley, it's a rookie season. Lauri Markkanen's definitely dealt with some injuries in his career. But are you throwing all 3 of these guys out there at the same time? Or are you trying to stagger the minutes so that you have maybe 1 or 2 of these 7-footers on the floor throughout this entire fourth quarter?
Yeah, I think you definitely need to keep 2 out of the 3 of them on the floor as long as you can. Especially if Atlanta's going to be playing, down big men. No Clint Capella, no John Collins. It's one of your biggest advantages if you're Cleveland.
Yeah, not having Clint Capella is huge for them. It really is. And, when they're not shooting well like this, Clint Capella could be gobbling up all those rebounds and giving them second chance opportunities. But unfortunately, he is not available. And he was actually having a great game. He only played 13 minutes in this game, but 3 for 3, 8 rebounds. He only had 1 personal foul. And they're gonna sorely miss him through the rest of this game.
Cleveland needs to make sure in this fourth quarter that they don't turn this game into a track meet. They need to really be mindful every possession, try to take their time, get a good shot every time down the court. Because if this game starts to turn into an up and down track meet style of game, that's definitely advantage Atlanta.
Yeah, I agree. And, once Atlanta gets running, the threes start dropping for them as well. There's Lou Williams. I bet he's bummed that he's missing this game, huh? They could definitely use him in this game.
Well, that's an illegal screen.
What a confusing player, Gorgie Dang. I don't know what to think about him. He's 32 already. Wow.
In the next 3 years, I'm going to say no. And the only reason I say that is just because of how good the Eastern Conference is. A lot of really, really good teams that have a bunch of young players that I think are going to be around for a while. I mean, of course, you never know what happens. Maybe a team like the Heat isn't able to keep everyone together and they lose people to free agency or they trade somebody or people get injured. But I just look at how good the Eastern Conference is. It's going to be really, really hard to make the Eastern Conference Finals in any of the next 3 seasons for one of these new teams that's just getting in here, whether it's Cleveland or Chicago.
Yeah.
There's a huge gauntlet of teams to run.
I read some reports today stating that, if Miami gets bounced early, Jimmy Butler could potentially request a trade. I wouldn't bet on something like that happening. But as far as making the Eastern Conference Finals for Cleveland, they probably need to get LeBron back for that to happen. But, the biggest thing for me is who are they going to knock out, right? You look at these teams, obviously, Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving are probably going to be in that conversation as long as they're with Brooklyn and they're healthy.
Yeah, I mean, that's
what
another
happens
team.
with that team?
Kyrie Irving only played 27 games this year.
Yeah. What happens with Boston? Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown seem to be getting better every single season. Do they keep that core together? Do they add to that, or do they blow it up? Other than that,
really, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but this is really, really great defense from Karis LeVert here in the post on Gallinari.
Yeah. Other than that, it's possible, but Cleveland's definitely going to need to make some moves. They haven't been known for attracting, big name free agents, so they need to figure out.
Unless LeBron James is on the team.
Yeah, they need to figure out a way of bringing some more talent to this team. But I wouldn't put it out of the question that they could be in the Eastern Conference Finals in the next 3 years. They need to add talent, and it really depends on Darius Garland for me. Like, the improvements that this guy has made in the past 2 seasons are absolutely incredible. I was looking at some statistics for his rookie season today. He was ranked last in the NBA, like one of the worst players in the NBA in multiple categories his rookie season. He turned that around. He made the All-Star team this season. He's playing absolutely incredible. If he can continue on this, ascension upwards, I think it's realistic they could be in the Eastern Conference Finals in 3 years.
It's realistic, but he's going to need somebody else, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the way the NBA is. You need at minimum 2 great players, probably 3 at this point. So I'm looking more towards, I love what Darius Garland has done, his progression, all that stuff. I think he's going to be a really, really great point guard in the league for a long time. But I'm looking more at Evan Mobley.
Yeah.
If he's able to take his game to the next level, next season, the year after that, he turns into one of the premier big men in the league at a very young age. Mm-hmm. That's going to change everything for this team.
Yeah, and that's definitely possible. But, I'm already a huge Evan Mobley fan. So in my mind, he's already making the All-Star game. But Atlanta is doing exactly what they need to do here. I think they need to get Gallinari the ball a little bit more. He is probably one of the lengthiest guys that's left on this Atlanta team, and he can shoot. He's got some post moves. I think that he will be instrumental in their success if they are able to pull out a victory here.
Yeah, I think the fact that this game is close in the fourth quarter, that favors Atlanta just because of their postseason run last year. This team has the experience of going on the road and winning playoff games. A lot of players for Cleveland, they don't have that same experience to draw off of. So,
Yeah, when you get in these stressful situations where it's like late in the game and you need a bucket, you're down 2, you're down 5, something like that. If you're a team like Atlanta, you've already been there. You know what to do. If you're a guy like Evan Mobley, this is your first year in the NBA, you might start to get the jitters a little bit. You might panic.
Yeah.
I don't think this is going to affect the
Trey
rest
Young,
of his career.
These are the moments that you live for, right? I mean, we saw it last year at Madison Square Garden when he takes the bow. This kind of stuff drives him. So I would be very, very worried if I was Cleveland right now, knowing that Trey is starting to get hot after a really bad first half. His confidence level's got to be super, super high right now.
Yeah, Cleveland's got to pull ahead here and get something going. Have you guys chosen your NBA picks yet? I want to know from you. I'm posting a link here in the chat. If you guys have not filled out your NBA playoff bracket, please go ahead and do it. It is free. I know there's prizes for picking correctly. I don't know exactly what they are, but I know there are prizes. And Calvin and I are both going to reveal our picks a little bit later here on the show. But go fill it out, and we'd love to see yours as well.
No, Ethan. Miami in 5.
Ethan, I know you didn't pick Atlanta to go to the Eastern Conference Finals in your picks.
He actually didn't even know that Atlanta was going to play Miami in the next round.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry to throw you under the bus there, buddy.
It's this game, it's a great win because you made the playoffs, but then it's like, all right, we're facing the
No, I mean, you
best
just
team in
have
the
to
East.
look at what both of these teams do really well. Like, Miami is one of the best perimeter defensive teams in the league, and Atlanta is all perimeter offense.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they don't play very much defense. It's going to be really hard for them to beat Miami in a 7-game series.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't think Cleveland has much of a chance either. Even though Miami's a pretty undersized team, Cleveland would have some advantages inside, but I just think that the chemistry on that Miami team, the fact that they were just in the finals just a couple seasons ago and their roster is basically the same, and their young guys have got better. We look at like Tyler Hero and the season he's had. I don't think Cleveland has much of a chance, but having these young guys winning a game like this and making the playoffs could definitely be a big confidence booster and help them going into next season.
Oh, without a doubt.
I really think Cleveland needs to lean on the coaching staff here to kind of guide them through this last bit of this game, give them some encouragement, keep them on track, keep these young guys in check, and just kind of this is where the nerves come out, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I also feel like these are the moments where great players win games for you, right?
Yep.
Like, sure, coaching definitely shouldn't be understated, but you see the numbers right here. I mean, Trae Young, 6 points, 3 of 11 in the first half, 0 of 4 from 3. The second half, he's been a completely different player.
18
and,
points.
The Hawks were down 10 at halftime. They're currently up 2.
Cleveland's getting a little stagnant on offense.
Yeah, and that'll happen in a close game in the fourth quarter of a big game like this. You start to, if you're a role player on these teams, that's when you start to defer. That's when you see Darius Garland get the ball and nobody's moving because they're expecting him to make a play, right? It's the same thing with Trae Young in Atlanta.
Yeah.
That's a very nice play, but
I'd like to see a little bit more high pick and rolls.
Huge mistake right there.
Get these
from
big
Atlanta.
guys involved.
Huge mistake.
Yeah. Cleveland needs to get these big guys the ball because, like we've been
They
mentioning,
just
this
need
whole
to keep
time,
the ball moving.
Yeah.
They've got to keep the ball moving. That play was there, but
that looked like it was off Atlanta to me. Have you had any more time to kind of dive into the draft prospects for this year's draft?
I haven't dived in as much as I would have liked to. I've done a little bit more. Is there anything specifically you want to know?
I was just asking for an early Rookie of the Year prediction
For next season?
for next season.
Ooh, wow.
I know it all depends on location and all that stuff.
A lot of that stuff, like Obi Toppin is a great example. He was my pick to win Rookie of the Year 2 years ago. Not saying that if he was drafted by another team other than New York, he would have won that award, but it does make a difference what team ends up drafting these guys in terms of what role they're going to play, how many minutes they're going to get, all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, Franz Wagner, for example, I don't think anybody would have expected or picked him pre-draft to win Rookie of the Year, and he was an early favorite.
I was pretty big on him too for the Sacramento Kings. I thought that they would have had a good chance at it with him. But hey, I'm not disappointed in Davion Mitchell at all. I love that pick for them. So I'm not bashing on that.
I will say I like Keegan Murray's chances early on, just because you think about the projected top 3 picks in this draft, right? They're all big men. They're all 6'10" or higher. And I would say Chet Holmgren probably has the most advanced offensive game out of all of them. They're all really skilled, but big men tend to develop or take longer to develop, right?
Yep.
So I'm looking more for a guy who can have an immediate impact right away. And Keegan Murray kind of jumps off the page for me, at least initially. There's not many weaknesses in his game. He can score inside, score outside. He's a big, long body, pretty good footwork, skilled in the post. So I like his chances early on, but it's so early to tell.
Yeah, I like him too. And that's actually one thing that's so surprising to me about Evan Mobley, right, is how polished he is at such a young age, because a lot of these big men take a while. Yeah. This is not good for Cleveland. They're getting away from the game plan.
This game is they need a timeout, I think, right here.
Atlanta is turning this into a 3-point shootout, and this is not good for Cleveland.
That's a good answer right there. But Cleveland needs to really clamp down and rely on one of their strengths, what's been one of their strengths all year long, and that's been defense. This is not good right here, though.
How wild is it that your name is Trey and the 3 ball is
No, they
your
needed
best
to switch
attribute?
that.
Wow. Oh. And one.
Oh, good foul there.
Man.
Good foul.
Wrap them up, huh?
Yeah, come on, man. That's not a bad foul right there.
So we know you're taking a shot for the second game because the Clippers are losing. You want to double down on this game?
Nah, man, I haven't lost that second game yet. I'm not ready to concede.
Is it wild, or is it fate that your best attribute is shooting the 3 and your name is Trey?
Probably a little bit of both, I guess. I don't know.
Is that like I'm small and they called me Trey, so I'm just going to start shooting Treys? Or did his parents like, we're naming him Trey and we're going to get him a Nerf hoop and make him shoot his whole life?
I just know that he's lucky he spent so much time watching Steph Curry.
Yeah.
As a kid.
Yeah, I think that's pretty understated how, big of an impact some of these players do have on these younger guys. And then you see it when these younger guys get drafted and go into the league and you're like, wow, he looks just like this guy. And then he's like, yeah, that was my favorite player growing up. I modeled everything after him.
Yeah, everybody. Dwayne Wade was that guy for me. I modeled my game after Dwayne Wade.
Incredible player. Speaking of which, do you want to talk about that list that we were sent earlier today?
Sure, we can talk about that.
Let me pull it up here. I want to hear your guys' opinions, or maybe
seeing his legs. Yeah, he definitely needs to put on some weight, but so did Kevin Durant, right? Like that's what everyone said about KD when he came into the NBA was this guy's a twig, he's never going to make it. He's only one of the 2 or 3 best scorers of all time.
Hey Vinny, can you throw this up on the screen? I'm airdropping you a picture here, and I want to hear everyone's thoughts on this.
Oh, there's going to be a lot of thoughts on this.
Yeah.
Regardless of how you feel.
You want to just go down the list here and... Okay. Yeah, no worries. We can...
So we'll set the stage here for you guys watching. A friend of ours today sent us this list. Maybe some of you have seen it because it's on social media, but it's a compiled list of what it says is the greatest of all time player for each individual franchise.
Yep. Let the
debate begin.
We've had a constant debate about what GOAT even means.
Yeah.
And what each team's greatest player really is
it most important player to the franchise? Is it best player that's ever put on a uniform for that team?
Or did they have their best years with that franchise?
There's so many different ways that you can take this. But
so I'm just going to go down the list here just to start out. Stop me when you disagree, Calvin.
Okay.
So first off, we have the Atlanta Hawks, Dominique Wilkins. Then we got the Celtics, Larry Bird. I might stop right there.
I mean, the Celtics have had so many great players. Who are you going to put above Bird?
You know who? Bill
Do I?
Russell.
Oh, God, don't give me that crap. Larry Bird's a way better player than Bill Russell.
But we don't know what the definition is.
And he won 3 titles. Come on. No,
I mean,
no. I don't.
He's got Steph Curry as the Warriors'
Bill Russell's
best player.
not even the most dominant player of his era.
Okay, so you agree with Larry Bird?
I agree with Larry.
Okay.
I agree with Larry Bird over Bill Russell.
Okay.
Give me another name and we might talk.
Next up is the Nets, Julius Erving.
Yeah, see, that one's tough. Kevin Durant hasn't played there for very long.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. You know, like, we'll get to Toronto in a second, but Toronto is a really tough one to decide.
Yeah. And do titles really matter, or is it just stats, or what? This next one, if this is true, I feel really bad for this franchise, but this is the Charlotte Hornets and Kemba Walker.
Well, that's the Charlotte Hornets for you, right? Like, they just haven't had that many phenomenal players.
I mean, so this is a gray area. Technically, for me, this would be Chris Paul, but it's a different
He didn't
franchise,
play in
but
Charlotte,
it's the
though.
same name.
And he's already been, I mean, we'll get there, but they give him the best player in New Orleans history, right?
Chris Bosh is better.
Chris Paul's the only player on this list more than once, which is insane to me.
Yeah.
We'll get to that too, but
Yeah. All right, then we'll go. I think we agree on this next one for the Chicago Bulls, and that is Michael Jordan.
if anybody disagrees with this,
Then we got
I'll send you
Cleveland.
my address. You can come and find me.
Then we got Cleveland, LeBron James, all in agreement there.
Yeah, LeBron should be on this list 3 times. He's only on it once.
Then you got the Dallas Mavericks, Dirk Nowitzki.
For now.
I agree with that.
For now, yeah.
Nuggets, we got the Joker, Jokic.
Yeah, the Nuggets have had some good players, but he's probably the best.
Yeah, it is tough. I mean, you think about that franchise. You had
big foul call right there.
you had guys like Chauncey Billups. Obviously, he didn't play there for
Allen
very
Iverson
long.
played there.
Allen Iverson,
Carmelo Anthony played there.
Yep.
Dikembe Mutombo played there.
Yep.
I mean, please don't at me. I don't think Dikembe is a better player than Jokic, but
Carmelo's the only one on this list that's close to me.
yeah. I
But
agree with that.
I'll probably take the Joker over him.
I'm surprised you're not picking J.R. Smith, actually.
Oh, he could be on a couple on this roster too.
Oh,
huh?
God. Here we go.
Then next up, we got the Pistons, Isaiah Thomas, the old one. You agree with that? They had a lot of good players too.
They have had a lot of good players. Isaiah Thomas is a very, very good player, though.
I was looking at
I
this
don't have
list
too
earlier,
much to argue with on
and
that.
I was like, Detroit's had a lot of good players, but they've had better teams than they've had players, right? Like, you look at like the 2004 team, you got Chauncey Billups, Rip Hamilton, you got
Rasheed Wallace.
Rasheed Wallace. There you go. That's what I
Isaiah
was trying to
Thomas
say.
is a better player than
Yeah,
all those
he's
guys.
better than all those players on that team. But that was a great team. Then moving on here, we have Golden State Warriors, Steph Curry.
Yeah, see, this is a tough one, right? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, Steph obviously deserves it, but Wilt played for the Warriors.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking.
Rick Barry's another all-time great Warriors player, won a championship with
Yep.
Golden State as well. So
Kevin
yeah,
Durant?
that's hard. Kevin Durant, I'd give it to Steph Curry over Kevin Durant, but
Okay. How many Finals MVPs does Steph Curry have?
doesn't matter.
Okay. Then next up, we have the Houston Rockets. I know Josh would probably say James Harden's number one on this list, but I have to disagree.
No, I don't think he would say that. I don't think he would disagree with Hakeem.
But a lot of great players, right? You got Yao
They've
Ming.
had a ton
you
of
got
great players.
Tracy
Clyde
McGrady.
Drexler.
Yep.
I mean,
Clyde
the
the
list
Glide.
goes on and on. But
Yeah.
Hakeem is one of the, for me, probably one of the 2 or 3 greatest centers of all time.
Yep.
So I'd take Hakeem for that.
Over the Jet.
Yeah. Over Kenny Smith? Yes.
You know, he thinks he'd be number one on this list. Speaking of shooters, next up we have
Yeah, Chris Mullins, another one, Gotham. Tim Hardaway Jr., or not Jr., senior, but yeah, Mitch Richmond.
Yep.
Like, there's a bunch of players you could throw in there.
next up we got the Pacers and Reggie Miller.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with that. Indiana's a strange franchise, right? Like,
Yeah.
they've never really had the mega stars play there.
If Paul George had stayed there,
Yeah,
I think
you
he could have
probably give it to
a
him. if
pretty
he
good
stayed.
argument for this. And Larry Bird, not that he played
Gotham,
there.
Robert Horry is
but-
one of the most overrated players in NBA history. Don't give me that crap.
All right, and then moving on here to the Clippers. Here's your first Chris Paul sighting. You agree with this one?
Which one?
Chris Paul for the Clippers?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I think so. Looks like Cleveland's coming back
If
in
he
this
makes
game.
that,
Oh,
God, he's
wow.
hot.
Yeah, this is not good.
I mean,
Atlanta's winning this
you
game.
got to pick him up full court at this point. Like, there's no way he can get any space right now.
Atlanta is going to win this game, I think. It's unfortunate for Cleveland. All right. Lakers, another tough one.
Probably one of the hardest ones.
They have Kobe Bryant listed here. I can't really
It's hard to
disagree
argue
with
that,
this,
right?
but
I'm
at
still
the same
I'm
time,
still going to give it to LeBron, though.
yeah, I mean, you got LeBron, you got Wilt, you got Shaq, you got Magic, Kareem.
James Worthy.
Yeah,
I mean, the list goes on and on and on.
A lot of good
But
players
for
on
me,
this team.
you know, and I'm a diehard Jordan fan, but to me, LeBron's the greatest player that's ever played in the NBA. He won a championship at the Lakers. How can you pick against him?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I gotta go with LeBron, but I'm not mad at the Kobe pick. here.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that
all.
either.
Especially with all the championships he's got. All right, next up we have the Grizzlies, Memphis Grizzlies, and we got Zach Randolph. How do you feel about that?
I think that will obviously change in 2 or 3 years. I'm okay with it for right now, but John Moran is definitely going to be the greatest Grizzly of all time.
You like him over the Gasol brothers?
Yep,
Both of them?
sure do.
Okay. Oh, no, Zach Randolph is what I mean.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I would take that.
Okay.
I would take that.
Because, I mean, Marc Gasol...
I think Marc Gasol and Zach Randolph, I wouldn't be mad at either one, but...
Yeah. Another tough one here. One of your favorite players of all time is on this list, but this is the Miami Heat, and they got D. Wade.
Yeah, and this one's hard for me because D-Wade is one of probably my second favorite player of all time behind Jordan.
Yep.
As I already said earlier, he's the guy I modeled my game after. I love D-Wade. But LeBron's better.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean they had Shaq too. Not that he's anywhere near that level.
This is where it
but-
gets hard, right? Because Dwayne Wade won more championships in Miami than LeBron did. He played for the franchise longer. I think if you're thinking of who the face of the franchise is, you would think of Dwayne Wade before you think of LeBron James. But again, to me, the list says greatest of all time for each franchise, right?
Yep.
LeBron is the greatest of all time for anybody that's ever played, in my opinion. He won championships at all 3 teams,
Yep.
so he's got to be the greatest of all time for each franchise.
Yeah, and I kind of had that feeling about Toronto as well,
This
but
game's getting pretty
yeah,
intense here.
let's get in this game here before
We
we
can come back to this list.
So we got a minute 30 left. Cleveland's down by 3. They got the ball.
Oh,
And,
that would have been a big and one right there.
Looks like Evan Mobley's going to the free throw line for 2. Oh, man, Calvin. This is an exciting game. I love basketball. I love it. I love it. Alonzo Mourning. Yeah?
Yeah. Alonzo Mourning's a great player. Dwayne Wade's better, though. And LeBron.
Okay, don't take me wrong on this because he doesn't even match up to any of these guys, but Haslam. If we're talking face of the franchise, Dwayne Wade's probably still that guy, but look at how long Haslam's been on that team and how many championship roster he's been.
Longevity, all that stuff.
He's been pretty important to that franchise.
He's been very important, but that's different, in my opinion, than the greatest player of all time at each franchise. I mean, there's no way. Udonis Haslem probably isn't even the top 10 greatest players.
Oh, not even close. But as far as like worth to the franchise, he's got to be up there. I'd probably say he's number 3rd. I'd probably say D. Wade, LeBron, and probably Haslam as far as like importance to that franchise, players wise.
Importance is a hard thing to classify, but yeah, I'm with you there. Trae Young has been incredibly important to the Atlanta Hawks in the second half.
Wow. Is Atlanta going to the line? I gotta grab another beer. This is stressful. You need one?
I'm good right now.
Vinny, you good?
I'm trying to pace myself. I was at happy hour earlier, so.
A lucky man.
Cheers.
All right, Cleveland really needs to get a stop here.
Oh,
there you go.
A big play right there.
There you go.
They almost gave it right back, though. They did. Unbelievable.
They should have called a timeout there. Wow.
Yeah, Gotham, he was the face of the Heat way longer, but he still isn't a better player, and he never won a championship either.
Wow. Wow, what a play, man.
And a foul. Yeah, it's going to be tough now. It's on ESPN. 103.99 right now. Atlanta with 23.8 seconds left.
There's the Vinny Squatch sighting.
And there you go, right there. I mean, that's the difference in this game. Trae Young's numbers.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Cleveland because this basically took all their advantages out of this game. If it was the other way around, I'd probably think that Atlanta has a decent chance.
This is the reason right here why most of the pundits and all of the people on ESPN picked Atlanta to win this game. It was Trae Young.
Yeah.
His playoff experience, that run to the Eastern Conference Finals last season. We're seeing it unfold in real time right here. The Cavs were up 10 at halftime. They had everything going for them. Trae Young was not playing at the level that you would expect him to play. He comes back huge for the Hawks in the second half, and Cleveland doesn't know how to respond.
Yep, too young. This is going to be a lump for them, and hopefully something they can build off of and grow.
I mean, this game's not over yet, but
it's pretty close.
Crazier things have happened.
That's true.
Reggie Miller, 8 points in, what was it, like 6 seconds or something like that?
Ethan says, nah, it's the refs pulling 9 points off the Cavs on questionable calls.
Ethan's just saying that because he has money on the game.
Yeah, we don't blame stuff on the refs on this channel because Calvin and I have both been referees at certain points. Not going to say I don't get upset with some of the calls, but games are usually not decided by the referees. They're decided by guys like that, Trae Young, making shots. Oh, you're crazy. Look at that. That dude is good, man. So if you were to revisit that trade during the draft, who got the better end of that deal, Atlanta or Dallas?
I think it's still to be determined. I mean, both Dallas and Atlanta have made now multiple playoffs since that trade happened. The Hawks went deeper in the playoffs.
Oh, that's a deep three. That was a bad shot. That was a bad one. There you go. It's over.
Yeah, I think both these teams won. They probably would have won if they hadn't done this deal, right? Like,
Yep.
both of these guys are going to be stars in the league for a long time.
And the number 1 pick, DeAndre Ayton, they already went to the finals.
Yeah.
The loser is
It just
the
speaks
Sacramento
to how
Kings.
good that draft class was, you know,
Other than the number 2 pick.
other than the number 2 pick.
That's really crazy. And wasn't DeAndre Hunter like pick 4 or something?
Yeah, I think
they got 4
was in
and
that.
5 maybe. Let me double check
No,
that.
he wasn't in that. I think he was the year before that.
2019 NBA draft.
And the 4th pick in that draft.
Oh no, it's 2018.
Yeah.
I've already blocked that out of my memory.
Well, that's the game right there, I feel like.
Oh, we forgot about Jaren Jackson Jr.
Yes, that was the 4th pick. from
Another
Memphis.
great team.
Yeah.
Memphis has been doing great too. I mean, you look at the top few picks in this draft, DeAndre Ayton playing great, Phoenix in the playoffs. We're going
Barry,
to skip
I
past.
don't like to toot my own horn, but I told you 2 years ago that Dallas and Memphis would be in the Western Conference Finals. I could still hit on that.
Did you pick it on your picks?
I did not pick it,
Okay.
but I could still get it right.
So you're going against yourself then.
Well, Luka's injury to me means they're out. But
So on this list, you know, Phoenix had the number 1 overall pick. They're back in the playoffs. I'm going to skip over the number 2 pick. Then I'm going to go number 3, Atlanta. They traded this pick to Dallas. They're back in the playoffs. Memphis, 4th pick. They're back in the playoffs. Dallas took a guy, traded him to Atlanta. They're back in the playoffs. Then you got Orlando. Still don't know what they're doing. And then you go down the list here. Chicago, back in the playoffs. Cleveland, back
in the playoffs. Well,
maybe.
yeah.
And then you got the Knicks. But I mean,
They
I'm
were
looking
the
at
4th seed last year.
I'm looking at a bunch of these picks, dude, like Mikal Bridges to Philadelphia, SGA,
Philadelphia really should have hung
Miles
on.
Bridges, you know, Michael Porter
That was
Jr.
an incredible
like,
draft. An incredible draft.
It really is. Dante DiVincenzo, pick number 17. He's in Sacramento, and Marvin Bagley is officially gone. Kings really need to make some shit happen in the draft this year. They really do. So, you know, Cleveland loses this game here, Calvin. I think they have their draft pick, so that gives them a shot in the lottery. Could this be a blessing in disguise for them?
I mean, it certainly could be. You know, I think I like their young core. So, you know, it's one of those things. I'm all for teams making the playoffs, even as a low seed. When you're a young team, to gain that type of experience, to play in that atmosphere, I think it does wonders for a team. The Hawks, you know, you can say, are a team that really benefited from that.
Yeah, that's pretty well balanced scoring, and then Trae Young just went absolutely incredible. 37 points for him right now.
31 of those in the first half.
Wow. Second half.
I mean, second half.
Without John Collins, not that we were picking either of these teams to upset the Miami Heat, but without John Collins and without possibly Clint Capella, this Atlanta team could get absolutely worked by Miami.
They very well could. I mean, I don't expect either one of these teams, whichever one is able to pull this game out, to beat Miami in a 7-game series.
I got Miami in 5.
I do as well.
5?
Yep.
Wow. Okay. Oh, did they count that?
Oh, nope. They called that on the floor.
So this is, you know, I think this year for Cleveland was an experiment, right? Like we talk about them going big, having 3 7-footers. Is this a failed experiment? You know, if you're moving on, are you saying, okay, we got 2 solid bigs and maybe we need to move on marketing and get somebody else? You know, they even have Kevin Love there still too.
I'm moving Kevin Love before I move Markkanen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I like Mobley a lot. If I were them, I would definitely not move him or Jared Allen. Those, to me, seem like, the building blocks of the future for this team inside. What does this team really need?
Man, that's a good question. I really like what Cleveland has. They're a very young team. They're really unique when it comes to today's NBA. They play a bunch of 7-footers, but all of those guys are versatile. They can move around the court in a lot of different areas. I'm not sure they really need to add too much, especially with the addition of Karis LeVert. Yep. He's the wild card for me for them, because if there's one position that I'm looking at on this team to upgrade, it's shooting guard. I mean, this is a team that played Chetty Osman as their starter for most of the season.
Yeah.
And he's good in his own right. I mean, he's a good outside shooter, all that stuff, but Karis LeVert's a huge upgrade for them. He really hasn't played a ton of games with Cleveland, so I'm kind of – Colin Sexton to me is the biggest question mark. Like, what are they going to do with him? And he's an asset that they could move for they could get a lot in return for him.
They got a couple of
picks
those.
Yeah. So I like what Cleveland's got here. I think they just probably need to keep staying the course, developing these young guys, fill out that bench a little bit better.
So it's official. Cleveland is eliminated and now going fishing. The Atlanta Hawks win 107-101.
Yep.
Ethan loses his
over
bet.
I'm sorry. I told you, Ethan. I told you.
That old school afro got to stay. Yeah. Jared Allen's great, man. I love that guy. I really wanted the Kings to trade for him. I'm surprised that Brooklyn let him go. And, if you're Brooklyn, you're probably looking at it like, we let this guy go to bring in James Harden, and then Harden didn't even want to be here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's part of the problem when you've got guys like Kyrie and KD on your team, right? The pressure or the window of win now is so right away that you will make decisions like that, high risk, high reward decisions, because you have to take advantage of having two of the best players in the world on your team, and you've got to be in contention to win every year.
And you basically paid them like $80 million their first season to miss almost the entire year. KD missed the whole year. Kyrie missed most of the year. So they really need to do something now, make a push. And I'm not going to lie, Calvin, I picked them to go to the Eastern Conference Finals. Call me crazy. I did it.
I don't have them beating Milwaukee. I haven't beaten Boston, though.
Yeah, I think they'll beat Boston. I think Boston needs to figure out what they're doing at the point guard position. I love Marcus Smart a lot. I just don't know if he's the answer for them there. Dolomite. Wow. So, it's officially over.
Exciting game.
Atlanta has moved on. What a game by him, huh? What a game. I'm just going to go over these final numbers here real quick.
Big-time players make big-time plays.
14 points for Gallinari. 10 for DeAndre Hunter. 7, as I mentioned, for Capella. He left early. Trae Young, 13 of 25 from the field. 4 of 11 from three-point range. It certainly feels like he hit more than 4 three-pointers in this game. 38 points for him.
All 4 of them in the second half. He was 0 for 4 at halftime.
Kevin Huerter, 13 points. And then 19 huge points for Bogdanović. Bogdanović really kept him in this game in the first half.
He did.
And allowed Trae Young to do his thing in the second half. So, big shout out to him. Crazy that they still have him coming off the bench, but it seems to work for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you get when you're Cleveland and you try to play a huge team like that, right? I mean, during the regular season, Cleveland had the best defensive rating of any team in the NBA.
Yep.
Because they make it really difficult for teams inside. However, if you're going to play a team that has somebody like Trae Young who can get so hot so fast, and he's going to pull up from 25 to 30 feet, that's what Cleveland really struggled with in that second half. Was they would switch every screen, and they would leave too much space on Trae Young. when you've got those great 7-footer defenders, that's a good thing unless they have to play defense 25 feet away from the basket.
It's crazy. The Hawks only made 9 threes in this game, and they shot 29% from three-point range.
And you look at Cleveland, who's not one of the better three-point shooting teams in the league. They finished 13 of 36, but they were well over 40% from three for most of this game.
Yeah. Yeah, they really needed a bigger lead there at halftime, and then they needed to stick to their game plan here in the second half. Just Atlanta got them playing their game. They got them running up and down. They turned it into a track meet and a shooting contest, and when you got guys like Trae Young that are making threes from the logo, that doesn't help your team. And it takes those 3 7-footers completely out of the game.
Yeah.
Lauri Markkanen had a great game, 26 points for him, 8 rebounds. I'm looking at Jared Allen. I know it was his first game back, and I don't mean to knock at him at all because I really love his game. 4 for 4 from the field, 11 points, only 3 rebounds for Jared Allen. That's pretty surprising to me. In 36 minutes to only get 3 rebounds.
Yep, very surprising.
Especially when the other team is missing their 2 best big men. Evan Mobley, 18 points for him, 50% from the field. Actually made a 3 in this game, shot great from the free throw line. 8 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 blocks. It doesn't get much better than that for a rookie. Darius Garland played almost the entire game, 43 minutes for him tonight, 21 points, 3 rebounds, 9 assists, 3 steals. He was in foul trouble in this game. I'd like to see, 5 turnovers for him in this game. You got to see a little bit more out of him if he's going to be your best player. But like we mentioned, this is a young team. It's their first shot at playoff-like basketball, and the nerves got to them in this game.
The nerves got to them, and they also just had too many defensive breakdowns, which for a team that has been so solid defensively all year long, you're kind of surprised. But it's a lot of the people here in the chat are Kings fans, so I'll give a Kings analogy. When you have a guy like Davion Mitchell on your team, that helps you so much against a player like Trae Young, because when Trae Young gets hot, he's just like Steph Curry or Damian Lillard. You literally have to pick this guy up full court. I mean, you cannot give him any type of space. And we saw here in the second half, time and time again, the Hawks would run the pick and roll. They would get Trae switched onto a big man, and he would have 3 or 4 feet of space in front of him. That shot's going to go up every time, especially after he makes a couple in a row. So you've got to have a defender that stays glued to him as soon as he comes across half court.
Yeah, 16 points for Karis LeVert. And then, what really did it to Cleveland here is the lack of production from the bench. Collectively, they only had 3 guys come off the bench today, but they played a combined 47 minutes, and they only scored 9 points.
That's tough.
You need a lot more production out of your bench. Kevin Love's got to play more than 10 minutes in this game. I circled Rondo as my X factor in this game, and 15 minutes for him, absolutely 0 points. He needed to be out there, and he needed to make it tough on Trae Young, and that just simply did not happen.
Yeah, the starters for Cleveland played a ton of minutes, and then you look at the bench for Atlanta. Bogdan Bogdanovic, 19 points in 29 minutes. They really didn't get much scoring outside of him from the bench, but when you compare that to just 9 points off the bench for Cleveland, that's a huge difference right there.
All right, we're switching over games here. Now we got the Pelicans in L.A. facing the Clippers. As you guys know, Paul George is out due to a positive COVID diagnosis.
Looks like Kawhi did not crack the starting lineup either.
Kawhi Leonard was questionable for this game, or a game time decision, and I do not see him out there at all. So it'll be interesting to see if he's even available or if he's been ruled out in this game. So are you still picking the Clippers in this game, Cal, or are you on Team Pelicans now?
Well, I mean, I definitely think that the Clippers' chances are severely hurt here without Paul George. I'll still take them to win the game, though. They're at home. They've got more playoff experience than this Pelicans team does, minus C.J. McCollum. So, you know, it's one game. They've got a ton of really good shooters. They can all get really hot. So I'll stick with L.A., even though I think it's going to be a lot harder for them to win now.
Yeah, Willie Green's got to scheme up some stuff here. It's so interesting for me, you know, the whole COVID thing. I'm still so confused by it all, but just the fact that Paul George played just a few nights ago, was around his entire team, flew back with them.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that nobody else on the team tests positive.
Woke up the next day not feeling well, got the diagnosis yesterday, and everyone else is out here playing. I don't know what's going to happen, if they're going to get sick, hopefully not tomorrow or anything like that, but it would be in the back of my mind if I'm on either of these teams, just the worry that we could potentially win this game, make the playoffs, and a big chunk of our players could not be available for the first round.
Yeah, for sure.
But that's the world we live in nowadays, Calvin.
It is, unfortunately, the world we live in. And looking at, you know, impact players in this game, Reggie Jackson is now the guy that I'm really circling for the Clippers. We just saw him hit that nice floater. He's the guy that has really stepped up for this franchise in the past couple years in playoff games. He's played, in my opinion, above his level a lot of times. He seems to welcome the big moment like this. This is a huge opportunity for him without Kawhi, without Paul George, to step up and help lead this team to a victory. So if he's able to put on one of those games where he scores 30 points and hits a ton of threes, I think the Clippers have a good shot.
Yeah, I agree. And if it's your first time to the channel, this is Basketball at the Bar. That's Calvin. I'm Barry. We're just hanging out. We're having fun. We're talking hoops. We do live streams Monday through Friday. They're usually about an hour, hour and a half. Today's a little bit longer because we are live streaming while we're watching the game with you guys. So we're having fun here. We'd appreciate if you'd like this video. We'd appreciate if you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you hit that notification bell so you get notified of every time we put out a new video. But yeah, it's a fun show. Normally we just cover the action of the day, the top headlines. We have a couple fun little interactive games that we play, and then we do a Q&A at the end where we talk with everybody in the chat, and we just have a good time. So welcome in and introduce yourself in the chat if it's your first time here. And like I said, please hit that like button. Please subscribe to the channel. We appreciate you all. We're building a fun little community here of basketball and bar lovers, which Calvin and I are very much.
Yes, we're huge supporters in both of those areas.
So where did you guys go to happy hour?
Oh, I thought he was going to hit that. We went to Monkey Pod Kitchen in Whalers Village.
Okay.
Down in Maui. It was very, very nice.
You get the Mai Tai?
I had a Mai Tai shooter.
Oh, wow. I
didn't even know was an option there, but I was with some guys that used to work there, and they were like, yeah, you can get a Mai Tai as a shot.
Who was your bartender?
Her name is Tracy.
Tracy, okay. Interesting. I'm good, Vinny.
I do.
Oh, you need a break? All right. All right, guys. We are going to take a quick break here, and we'll be right back, so make sure you stay tuned.
Everyone, we are here on Basketball at the Bar. Barry is currently taking a bathroom break. Oh, welcome back, Barry.
Oh, we're on?
We're on. We're live. We're watching the Clippers-Pelicans game. Thanks for being with us, everybody, here at Basketball at the Bar. The bar is open.
Don't break the seal.
Don't break the seal.
Otherwise, you'll end up like us, heading into the restroom. But welcome back. Thank you all for joining us. I'm going to run a poll here because I want to know who you guys think are going to win this game tonight. As you know, Calvin is still taking the Clippers, and I got the Pelicans.
Yep. I'm still taking the Clippers. I really want to see Barry take a shot at Jameson. So
you're not voiding the bet now?
I'm not voiding the bet.
Okay.
No, this bet is on.
We could do a couple bets here.
If I remember correctly, I'm undefeated on bets made on this set.
Oh, that's a different channel, though.
On this set.
All right. It's never too late to break a streak here, right?
That is true. Oh, no foul?
I want the volume on this TV going.
Yeah. Unfortunately for myself, I think New Orleans is going to have a little bit too much firepower in this game.
So if you're the Clippers, you see Kawhi Leonard's on the bench. Obviously, Paul George is out.
Hopefully not on the bench.
Hopefully not on the bench. If you're Coach Lou, what are you telling your team?
Well, Coach Lou is actually one of the X factors for me personally in this game. I mean, the guy's got so much playoff coaching experience, championship level experience. He's one of the coaches in the league right now that I think people credit as being one of the best in-game managers in terms of specific matchups and adjustments, things like that. So I still think that he's got he's going to have a good game plan no matter what. It's just a matter of executing. But for me, it comes down to the play inside. That's what I said before this game started. Even when I thought Paul George was going to play, the Clippers are not a big team. Outside of Zubats, they don't have much size. So New Orleans, I think you're going to see them try to take advantage of their matchups inside, Jonas Valanciunas being the primary option there for that.
Yeah, and we saw him start him alongside Jackson Hayes in the last game.
They did that again today, starting a big lineup.
Yeah, if I'm the Clippers, I might be thinking a little bit more about that Serge Ibaka trade, right? Because he's basically your rim protector at this point.
And this is another guy, Norman Powell. He's got to step up and have a huge game for the Clippers to have any chance in this one. Had a career year most of the season in Portland. Actually shot 50% from three this season, which is just mind-blowing. But hasn't played a lot of games in LA. He was hurt. I think he had a foot injury, something like that. Only played 4 games in the regular season after being traded to the Clippers. He's a guy that absolutely has to step up and score, 20-plus points in this game.
Yeah, and, it's early in this game. I could still see this game ending up like the earlier game, right, where the Pelicans are maybe up 10 at halftime. They're young, they have C.J. McCollum and Valanciunas, but other than that, not many guys on this roster have a lot of playoff experience. And then you look at the Clippers, they have a few guys that have just done a lot of work in the playoffs, and they could lean on that veteran leadership, stick to the game plan, defend well, shoot the three ball well.
A lot of these guys for the Clippers were just in the Western Conference Finals not too long ago. So.
And they can get hot, too. They can get hot from three-point range, and they could do exactly what the Atlanta Hawks just did to the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yep.
But I'm still sticking with the Pelicans because I want to see Calvin do a shot at J-Mo.
Push Marcus Morris Sr. in the back, and he'll be fine.
So his brother's back now, right? I saw him play one game, but that was it.
He is back, yeah.
What are your thoughts on the whole situation?
I mean, it's definitely a dirty play.
By who?
Both of them.
I mean, I feel like if I'm the Morris twins, I can't be mad about it because I was the one that went and did it first.
That's not how they view it. I'm pretty positive of that.
Yeah, I mean, they called him out, and the Joker's brothers had to get involved, and they went to a couple games, and they're like, oh, if you want to fight, we're here. Mm-hmm. We're much bigger. But the play before was just so uncalled for.
He doesn't look like David Allison.
And he just came right up into the Joker and he tried to move him, but he couldn't move him because he's too big.
Yeah. And, that's one of the last people on earth that I would try to physically move out of the way.
Run into him. But, I not that I'm, giving the Joker a pass for what he did because I don't think that it's right, but I understand it.
Yeah.
And,
well, sure.
I don't think he was trying to hurt him and make him miss half the season. That wasn't the goal.
He wasn't trying to make him miss half the season, but it's a dirty play both ways. But back to this game, Brandon Ingram right now is looking really, really good to me. Yeah. If he continues to keep this up, with CJ out there as well, Brandon Ingram's probably the one player in this game. I view him the equivalent of Paul George. Like, if he's on, he's virtually unguardable. Yeah.
So, I've heard a few different proposals as far as, like, how to punish guys that commit these dirty plays, right? And the most interesting one that I heard was basically if you commit a dirty play and somebody gets injured and they miss games, you're out the equivalent. Like the same amount of games they miss, you're suspended until they can come back healthy, which in this situation would have been absolutely devastating for the Denver Nuggets. They're already out. Jamal Murray, I think Michael Porter Jr. was still available at that time.
At that time, I think he was, but he wasn't going to play very many more games.
We figured out what happened to him. So they would have definitely, in my opinion, missed the playoffs without the Joker. But what are your thoughts on like a rule like that?
I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, I definitely am on board with finding a way to stop plays like that from happening.
Yeah.
It just is what it is in professional sports. I think you can look to the National Hockey League first and foremost for being, a league that has very much changed its rules over the years. Mm-hmm. Fighting used to be incredibly prevalent in regular season games. Encouraged, yeah. In regular season games, and they've really rolled that back a lot. So it's good for the league, any pro sports league, to try to limit those types of plays. There's just no reason for them, and you have situations happen like this where a play that doesn't necessarily look like it's that bad kept a guy out for over half the season.
Yeah. And what would you do if the dude ended his career? Does that mean your career's over too?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I would go that far, but
yeah, it's interesting way to solve a problem, because we definitely don't want dirty plays. We don't think that they're a part of the sport, but I also feel like intention has got to be part of the equation as well, right? Like Jokic did not intend to physically harm him that much, right? But it happened. So there's a balance there of being responsible for your actions, but at the same time, like, things happen, right? People get hurt. People fall down. They hurt themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, Gotham, that's an interesting point, too. Thinking that teams would kind of like the Patriot way, right? Where they never disclose injuries for anybody.
Yeah, that is quite weird. All right. Well, now that we got some more downtime here, let's get back to this list, Calvin. Where did we end at?
I think
we ended with the Heat, right?
In Miami, yeah, Dwayne Wade.
All right, next up, Milwaukee Bucks. Giannis Antetokounmpo. This is a tough one too because
very tough.
The Big O played there,
and Kareem was in his prime there.
Yeah, they've had quite a few good players.
Yeah, I mean that's another. It's just like Dallas or. There are a bunch of these teams where you see a player, or Memphis, you see a player that you think should eventually be the best player or the GOAT for that franchise, but are you really ready to anoint them that today?
Yeah.
That's the question. I have no problem with Giannis being the GOAT there right now. I think that by the time he retires, he already passed Kareem for most points in franchise history. He's won a title, which puts him the same with Kareem. They each have one title in Milwaukee, so I'm okay with that pick, but Kareem was a pretty good player for them in the 70s.
I mean, if you were to look at this list and say, value as far as, draft position, Giannis is, way off of the charts, dude. This guy just turned...
way to look at this list, right?
Yeah, he just turned into someone that was, so incredible. I remember looking at articles when he's 2 years into the league already, and they're predicting guys that are going to take the biggest leap next season. And I was surprised at how many people were taking Giannis to take that next leap because they're he's got all the physical attributes, this, that. He hasn't played for very long, all this. And it just came true and then some. This guy is an absolutely incredible player. I'm okay with him.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that.
I have no argument with that.
All right, next up we have the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Kevin Garnett.
KG. Easy one, right?
Easy.
All right, we agree there. See, it's easy when these franchises aren't that old. They're as old as us and or younger, and we've seen everybody play.
Right.
So, yeah, I'm going to go KG because I don't think the only other guy that's even close on this list is Kevin Love, and he hasn't even been there long enough, or wasn't there long enough at the time. So
yeah, I mean, people forget how good Kevin Love was in Minnesota.
Yep.
But Kevin Garnett was equally as good.
Yep. All right, next up is the Pelicans. Chris Paul.
Yeah, I have no argument with that pick.
Did he play with the Pelicans?
He didn't play with the Pelicans, but he played with the New Orleans Hornets.
Yeah. I'm mixed on this, just based on that fact. And, I mean, you look down at Sacramento, Oscar Robertson's on this list, so obviously that's...
Right. He never played in Sacramento.
Yeah,
but
that's off the thing. But, I like Anthony Davis, but Chris Paul is a much better player. But
yeah,
in terms of
much better.
But in terms of impact on the franchise, they basically did the same thing.
Pretty much. I think Chris Paul had a bigger impact on the franchise.
Okay.
Played with them longer. I think he's probably got more of the franchise records in terms of individual statistics than Anthony Davis does.
Let's take a look here. How many years did he play?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
Let's look at Chris Paul first here.
I mean, Chris Paul's numbers with the New Orleans Hornets are insane.
Oh yeah, they were.
He averaged
outrageous,
over 2.2 steals per game for almost every year he played with them.
So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years for Chris Paul.
Anthony Davis might be around the same amount of time.
Pretty close. Actually. And Chris Paul's best season with the with the Hornets, it was a great season. Basically 23-11 and almost 3 steals a game.
Yeah, it's insane.
Good stats.
It's insane.
All right, let's look at Anthony Davis here. It might be pretty close, huh?
It is, and it's like Gothen's saying here in the chat. It's just really hard to decide what criteria you're basing these decisions off of.
7 years for Anthony Davis. Best
He
season.
also put up some pretty good numbers.
Yeah, best season for him, 28-12.
With probably 2 blocks.
2 blocks a game.
Yep.
And he had 2 years with almost 3 blocks a game, averaging about 24 and 10.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, Anthony Davis in that, I think they were the 6th seed and they upset the Portland Trailblazers, who were the 3 seed.
Yeah.
I forget what year that was, but he was arguably the best player in the world in that series. Like, he was just totally dominant.
Yeah, this is a lot closer than I actually thought it was. And I'm going to give you some career numbers here as far as for the franchise. Games, 530. Can you guess who it was?
Anthony Davis.
Nope.
Oh, Chris Paul, really?
Nope. This player led games and minutes played for the franchise. He's got a big X tattooed on his arm.
David West.
David West. Forget about
West.
him. Dude,
That's
I love
right.
that team with Tyson Chandler and David West and Chris
Yeah,
Paul.
Morris Peterson.
Oh,
That was a good
man.
team.
Field goals, Anthony Davis leads. Field goal attempts, Anthony Davis. 2-point field goals, Anthony Davis. 2-point field goals attempted, Anthony Davis. 3-point field goals, Drew Holiday.
Oh, wow.
Field goals missed, Anthony Davis. Free throw attempts, Anthony Davis. Defensive rebounds, Anthony Davis. Assists go to Chris Paul. Blocks, Anthony Davis.
Steals, Chris Paul. It's sounding to me like it's pretty much a toss-up at this point. You can make
Yeah.
a pretty good case for either one of these guys.
I think that Chris Paul is one of, if not the top 3 point guards of all time. But I'm going to give the edge here to Anthony Davis just because he played there one more year.
I was just going to say Chris Paul is the only player that I could see on this list for more than one team.
Yeah.
So take him off of New Orleans and give it to Anthony Davis. Keep Chris Paul as the GOAT for the Clippers.
Yep. I agree. Next up, but I also feel like Chris Paul should be there on the Hornets for some reason. I know it's a different franchise and all that, but they use the same logo. They use the same name. Like, come on.
Yeah.
All right, moving on here. New York Knicks, best player of all time, or the GOAT. Who would you say?
I mean, I think there are a few people that you could make the case for here. Patrick Ewing, certainly for one, but Patrick Ewing never won a title there. Clyde Frazier, Willis
Clyde.
Reed. I mean, there's been a ton of really, really good players to play for the New York Knicks over the years, right? Bernard King.
Yep.
So yeah, it's Latrell Sprewell getting some love here in the
I got
chat.
an
I like that.
autographed piece of the floorboard, autographed by Bernard King, which is pretty cool from
That's
Madison
pretty good.
Square Garden.
My dad
Yep.
seen and played a bunch with Bernard King out at the park in New York City. So
That's really cool. And don't forget Starbury.
don't forget Starbury. Yeah.
But we agree Patrick Ewing on that one?
Jeremy Lin.
Jeremy Lin. Oh, I love Lin's sanity. Like,
That was a complete joke.
It
for all
was
of you out there. I'm not
amazing,
giving
though.
any consideration.
it
to
was
Jeremy Lin.
amazing. I don't know. Oh, that's a very, very hard foul there. I don't remember exactly what it was. Was it 17 games or 24 games or whatever during that window? But I remember watching every single one of those games, and I was like, the Knicks are down 15 right now. I don't know how it's going to happen, but they're going to win this game.
Yeah.
And they did every single time. And it would be like crazy stuff. Like Jeremy Lin's is hitting a three. Then he just passes the ball to a guy that's wide open. And then he makes another ridiculous play. Like everyone was looking at Jeremy Lin and they're like, this guy does not look like a good basketball player. And then he just light him up.
He would.
Very, very exciting.
He definitely would.
All right, we're good to move on here. We agree on Patrick Ewing.
Yeah. I would have to pick him, I think, ultimately at the end of the day.
There's Zion sitting on the bench smiling and laughing, huh? Must be nice. Next up is the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Kevin Durant.
Kevin Durant's on the list. I'm not going to argue with that. However, there were some pretty good players that played for the Seattle Supersonics.
Yes, there were.
Gary Payton,
Sean Kemp, Ray Allen.
Ray Allen. Forgot about Ray Allen. Any of these guys beat out Kevin Durant for you?
No.
Okay.
They do not.
We can stick with Kevin Durant there. All right. Orlando Magic. We got Penny Hardaway on this list.
This one's tough. I'm taking Shaq.
Yeah. I like Shaq too. I mean, he wasn't there very long, but, dude, Shaq in Orlando was probably Shaq in the best shape of his life.
Yeah.
And the dude was absolutely unstoppable. So I'm totally cool with Shaq with this pick.
Yeah.
Anybody else you want to mention?
Well, I think Penny definitely deserves honorable mention.
Tracy McGrady?
Tracy McGrady as well.
He had some great seasons.
Some
I think
really,
he
really good
averaged
seasons.
almost 30 points a game.
I mean,
on that
again,
team.
it's based on your criteria for this, how you determine this, right? Like,
Yep.
Tracy McGrady and Penny Hardaway are better basketball players than Shaq for me. Shaq's more of a dominant player than either one of those guys. So yeah, it's kind of like a toss-up, I guess. I would probably take, as good as Penny was, just the unfinished business, of his career, the injuries derailing what could have been. I would probably pick Shaq and McGrady over him. But
yeah,
incredibly talented player.
If Shaq would have stayed on that team, you think they would have won a championship?
I think it's very possible. Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he
they were lucky that they happened to get good right as Jordan decided he wanted to play baseball, right?
Yeah.
But
that's true.
It's certainly possible.
Shaq was just so dominant. He was unstoppable, and guys didn't shoot threes like they did today. So
yes,
he was not he was not hurting his team being on the court. He was just an absolute monster that nobody could stop. If you needed a bucket,
I mean, even in today's game, with how many threes are shot, if you put a prime Shaquille O'Neal on any of these teams, he's going to dominate.
Oh, yeah. You need a bucket, you just give it to him. It's guaranteed. All right. How about the Sixers? They got Allen Iverson on this list.
Yeah, this one's another tough one. I mean, you've got Wilt, who played for Philadelphia way back in the day before they were the Sixers.
Also Mutombo.
You've got Charles Barkley. You've got Julius Erving.
Yep.
Mutombo. I wouldn't put Mutombo over any of those guys that we've just listed, but yeah, I mean, Allen Iverson probably wins out at the end of the day for me.
Yeah.
But
you got Joel Embiid.
Wilt scored his 100 points playing in Philadelphia, not in San Francisco or Golden State. So
yeah, I'll probably put Wilt on my list too. But I'm not mad at Allen Iverson. I understand it. But yeah, that's tough for me. And Joel Embiid could potentially be on this list too, right?
He could eventually
if he keeps it up. Phoenix Suns, Steve Nash.
Charles Barkley.
Yeah?
Yep.
Over Steve Nash, huh?
Yep.
Okay. Portland Trailblazers. They got Dame Lillard.
I like that pick. This is another tough one. Again, it's one of those things like if you weren't old enough, I never saw Bill Walton play with the Portland Trailblazers.
Yeah.
But I love the game of basketball, and I love to look into the history of it. Bill Walton was a phenomenal player in Portland before he got hurt.
Much better than Luke Walton.
Phenomenal player.
Yeah.
So it's hard for me to pick against him.
It's tough with these storied franchises, right?
Yeah.
That have had so many good players play with them.
They've had a lot of good players. I mean, Brandon Roy is another guy who his career got cut short due to injuries. He could have easily been the all-time player in Portland.
Rasheed Wallace
didn't quite get there, unfortunately. But Cliff Robinson's another guy. Clyde Drexler played a long time in Portland.
Yep.
So they've got a bunch of really, really good players. But yeah, Dame Lillard's one of my favorite players in the league right now. I'll probably go with him.
Yeah. And the fact that he's still with the team too.
Yeah.
Helps his. Next up, we got the hometown Sacramento Kings. Big O.
So yeah, again, it's all dependent on what criteria are you basing for
Yep.
this. I mean, Oscar Robertson is definitely the best player who's ever played for the franchise, you know, that not the Sacramento Kings team, but the franchise as a whole. He's by far and away the best player.
And different than the Charlotte Hornets because it's not a new franchise that took on the name. It's actually the same franchise.
But yeah, Goth, and I would agree with you. If I'm picking just people who played in Sacramento, I'm going to give it to Chris Webber.
Yeah. But as a franchise, we agree, Big O?
Oh, yeah. If you're taking it from the time they started until now, absolutely, it's Oscar Robertson.
No Bruce Jenner?
No Bruce Jenner.
No Bruce Jenner? All right. It's interesting. I was actually watching a podcast the other day where Caitlyn Jenner was on there, and she was talking about her experience getting drafted by the Sacramento Kings. So it's worth it. I think it's the Full Send podcast. So check it out if you haven't already. This one could be difficult depending on how you look at it, but San Antonio Spurs. You going Tim Duncan all day?
I'm going Tim Duncan.
Why so?
Just his full body of work. You know, most, I don't know if most, but a lot of people consider him the greatest power forward to ever play. So if you're the greatest player at your position, how can you not be the greatest player for your franchise?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. A lot of good players on that team. I mean, Kawhi Leonard's a great player.
Leonard, Tony Parker.
But, yeah, David Robinson.
David Robinson is another one.
But I think I got to go with Tim Duncan.
If they don't draft Tim Duncan, David Robinson probably wins that out, right? But
yeah. But you're what, 5 championships?
Yep.
And you're there for 20 years?
Yep.
And you got I know for a fact that Tim Duncan has a ton of records for that team. So I'm going to go with Tim Duncan. So this was a hard one for us, this next one. This is the Toronto Raptors.
This
Kyle
one
Lowry's
might
on
be
this
the most
list.
difficult one for me to pick. And Kyle Lowry is probably the last person that I'm picking.
Looking at this list, just seeing guys like Kyle Lowry on here makes me think that whoever made this list is probably younger than 25 years old.
Probably. And they're also taking into account longevity of your career with that team, right? I mean, Kawhi Leonard is the easy pick here because he might be the most talented player that's ever played there. He won a championship there. He was finals MVP there, but he only played the one season. So like, can you really pick him to be the greatest of all time if he was only there for 1 year? DeMar DeRozan is another guy that you could throw into this mix. For me, Vince Carter is the name that really comes up.
Vince Carter,
more
Tracy
so than
McGrady.
anybody else. McGrady, yes, but McGrady I would put more on Orlando or put more weight with him being
Houston
the GOAT in Orlando or Houston than I would with Toronto. It was just too early. He didn't play enough. I think everybody saw the potential, but he didn't realize that potential there. You know?
Yeah. A lot of good players. Didn't Sean Marion play in Toronto as well?
Did he play in Toronto?
You got Andre Bargnani. I'm not
Definitely
putting him
not
on
picking
my
him.
list, but Chris Bosh. I think
Chris
I saw
Bosh is
Ethan.
another guy that definitely deserves consideration. He probably has a lot of franchise records for the Raptors.
I want to pick 2 guys for this list, but depending on what the criteria is, if it's best player ever to play with the franchise, I'm probably going to go with Kawhi Leonard, which is tough for me because I want to say Vince Carter, but the fact that he was there for 1 season, led them to a championship, the only championship in franchise history, and won finals MVP, I got to put him on the list. But if I'm just going like franchise hero, it's probably going to be DeMar DeRozan.
Oh, wow. I'm probably going to say it's Vince Carter.
Okay. Agree to disagree there. Next up, we have the Utah Jazz. John Stockton. This is a tough one, right?
Very tough one.
Just between
Very,
him and
very
his
tough
teammate,
one.
it's
Yeah,
a
I
tough
know.
choice.
I would probably lean more towards Karl Malone than John Stockton,
Yep.
but I think it's basically a toss-up between the two of them. A
What's
guy
more
that's
important?
not going to get very much consideration here, but I think probably should, Pistol Pete.
Oh, yeah, Maravich. What's more important, assists or points?
Well, I mean, you can argue they're equal, right? Because points are ultimately more important because that's what wins you games.
Yeah.
And you can score points without getting an assist.
Yeah. So that would lean towards Malone,
you're
right?
better off as a team if you have more assists.
Yeah.
I should rephrase that. A team that shares the ball more, I think, has a better chance of winning than just sticking the best individual scorer on any team.
True. I think if points are more important, you have Malone here. Assists more important, you have Stockton.
Yeah, it's a toss-up.
It's a
Absolute
toss-up. Maybe it's a co-award.
I could see that.
Especially since they basically played the whole time together.
They really did.
And
they really did.
If you take or don't take into
votes
account
for Greg Ostertag?
if you don't take into account Malone leaving to go to the Lakers, and absolutely disappointing on that team. All right, last one, Calvin. I can't believe we've gone through so many already. The very last one here. You know what team it is?
The Washington Wizards.
The Washington Wizards. They got Gilbert Arenas as the best Wizard of all time, or the GOAT. What are your thoughts on that? Because I have some mixed feelings on Gilbert Arenas. I loved Agent Zero watching him. I loved him, but then you have the huge contract, which probably turned into the worst contract in NBA history at the time. The injuries, the gun situation, the way that it all fell out for him. It's tough because Gilbert was incredible when he was in his prime.
He was.
But it didn't last very long.
This is one of those franchises that's really hard to pick because they don't have the guys like the Tim Duncans and the Karl Malones that played with the team for decades and amassed all these records. They've had really good players play there for short periods of time. Chris Webber is another one. Juwan Howard, Gilbert Arenas, Calbert Chaney was another guy who was a huge time scorer for them for a long time. Bradley Beal is a guy I think that you could mention in that conversation,
John
especially because he's been there now for a while. So yeah, that one's kind of tough for me to pick.
John Wall?
John Wall, yeah, I would give, I think he deserves to be mentioned.
How about Wes Unseld?
Wes Unseld is another guy. Very, it's another one of those things like you said, whoever made this list, depending on how old you are, you might not have seen any of these guys play. Yeah. So it's hard for you to make decisions based on that.
I'm going to name one more guy here who we both saw play. I think he was a pretty good player. Played with the Washington Wizards. Michael Jordan.
I was wondering if you were going to bring that up. No, I can't give it to MJ. Even though he did drop, I think he had a 50-point game while he was with Washington.
I think it was like a 40-year-old or something.
Yeah. No.
I'm looking down the list here. Some more guys. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, it's tough. Michael Jordan. I mean, Elvin Hayes.
Oh, Elvin Hayes is another guy.
Gus Johnson.
I forget about him. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of good players here. Gilbert Arenas is tough, man. I really like Gilbert a lot. He averaged almost 30 points a game one year.
He did. Yeah, it's really hard. I think the answer is pretty easy for, maybe 8 to 10 of these franchises, and then everyone else, there's probably 3, 4, 5 guys that you can make a case for.
Yeah. I'm going to go Wes Unseld on this one.
I think that's a great pick.
If you want to go current guys, I'll probably go Bradley Beal. I honestly think that Bradley Beal edges out Gilbert Arenas in this. I do.
Man, I guess. That's tough. I don't know.
And that's just
I
for
bet
me
Gilbert Arenas has played in more playoff games.
Oh, yeah, definitely. But, Bradley Beal's still there. He's still got a chance, and he's in his prime. But then that goes back to what you're talking about, right? It's like a lot of these guys you want to pick because their trajectory is headed towards that. Yeah. But you mentioned Brandon Roy. It doesn't mean that they will be there just because they're headed that direction.
It does not.
And that's the list.
That's the list. We made it.
Wow.
And the Pelicans are now up 14, so I want to crack open this Jameson bottle here pretty soon.
5 minutes left in the second. What do they need to cut this lead to before halftime to have a chance in this second half?
I mean, generally speaking, just from a mental standpoint, if you get the lead under double digits at the end of any quarter, you feel really good about yourself going into that, whatever it is, halftime, fourth quarter. When you see yourself down by more than 10, just cutting it to 9 or 8 feels like a huge, huge difference.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I like CJ's shoes. Those like baby blue. That's one thing I really liked about Tyrese Halliburton was that dude always wore the best shoes. And now we got
some pretty sweet shoes.
Now we got DiVincenzo. He's always wearing some bright, colorful shoes.
Well,
That's
I mean,
exciting.
that's the way it is in the NBA all around, right? Like a lot of these guys wear some pretty awesome shoes. Some of them even wear more than one pair per game.
And Tyrese had his Bored Ape on his shoes. Yeah, they said that was the most expensive shoe of all time on the basketball court. So, Calvin, we just cracked 2 hours of streaming time here. How you feeling?
I mean, I could keep doing this all day. I appreciate everybody that's been with us here for this whole time.
I'm feeling pretty good here. Pelicans are at 75% in our poll now. I like it.
Yeah, like I said, I think it's just a little bit too much firepower without the stars of this game for the Clippers.
Yeah.
Oh, no foul on that? Wow.
Yeah, the Clippers, they're just not doing what they're not playing their game.
They're really letting them play in this game.
The Clippers are just not playing their game.
Well, it's hard when your primary options are out. That really changes how you have to play.
Yeah, but they played 51 games without their 2 best players.
Yeah, but a regular season game is different than a playoff or play-in game. A game that you have to win, otherwise your season is over.
Yeah, I'm rooting for the Pelicans here. Not just because of our bet, but I really like what they're doing with that franchise. You know, they took their shots and they're starting to pay off for them. You know, a lot of guys were really down on CJ McCollum in Portland. People said he was too small. He didn't play good enough defense. I have been a big CJ McCollum fan for a long time, and I thought that a lot of teams could have benefited by adding this guy in at the trade deadline. And I thought the Pelicans got him for an absolute steal.
They sure did.
And
anybody who traded with the Blazers this season got some whatever they wanted for a good deal.
Right? And yeah, he's playing against some of his ex-teammates here on the Clippers now, who also got traded away from Portland. And Robert Covington and
Norman Powell.
Norman Powell, yes. All right, you want to jump here into your picks? Should we talk about those?
Let's go for it.
I'm going to post this link again here in the chat. If you guys have not completed the NBA picks, you still got six days left to do it,
so.
But it is free. All right, where do you want to start here, Calvin?
Doesn't matter. Eastern Conference, Western Conference.
You want to start from the first round, or should we start from the finals and work our way back?
Oh, let's start from the first round.
Okay. So we don't know who is going to win this game, but Phoenix is going to be playing in the first round against the winner of this game. I got Phoenix in 5 games.
I have Phoenix in a sweep. It is the only sweep that I picked for the entire postseason.
Wow. Any reason?
Any reason why that's the only one, or
why you think they're going to sweep them?
I just feel like Phoenix, they're the best. To me, them and Milwaukee are the 2 best teams overall. Phoenix has been the best team in the NBA, both record-wise and consistency-wise on the court for me all year long. I think both these teams are kind of, in terms of New Orleans and the Clippers, they're limping into this series, so to speak, and it's just too much for me from Phoenix. I don't see either one of these teams having a shot.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that maybe they'll sneak out one game, so I got Phoenix in 5.
Yeah, I mean, it could always play out like that. You know, any team can win one game on any given night. But I just feel like Phoenix is motivated. They're ready. They rested a lot of their guys down the stretch. They're a really complete, deep team. They're one of the only teams in the NBA that was a top 5 offensive and defensive team all season long. Mm-hmm. So it's a huge uphill battle here for New Orleans or the Clippers, especially if they're going to be undermanned.
Yep. Next matchup, we have Dallas and Utah. And it's official. Luka Doncic will miss the first game in this series.
Possibly the first 2 games.
Possibly more.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on this Dallas-Utah series?
If Luka Doncic was healthy, I'd be picking Dallas in this series. The fact that he's guaranteed going to miss one game and the team is very concerned about his status or availability for the first 2 games, which will both be home games. Mm-hmm. If they go back to Utah down 0-2, it's over. So I'm taking Utah in 6 games.
I also have Utah in 6 games. And the thing for me about this injury to Luka Doncic that really worries me is that this is basically the same injury that Kevin Durant had with the Warriors. It was a calf strain. They say it puts extra pressure on the Achilles tendon. We saw what happened to KD in the finals. If I am Dallas, I am being very, very careful with my franchise player because
absolutely.
I do not want to do anything that could jeopardize his availability for next season.
100%, I agree with that. And I just think that, out of every team that's in the playoffs, Dallas is the only team or the one team that can't afford to lose one guy.
Yeah.
All these other teams, of course, if Steph Curry re-aggravates his injury and has to miss time, that's going to hurt the Warriors. If Giannis is out for the Bucks, that's going to hurt Milwaukee. But it doesn't hurt those teams the same way that not having Luka available does for the Mavericks. He is so, so, so important to that team. If he's going to miss more than one game, their chances are very low, I think.
So we both have Phoenix and Utah facing off in the second round. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Next up, we have Golden State against Denver. I got Golden State winning in 5.
I have Golden State in 5 as well. I think the Nuggets win one game at home.
Yep.
Jokic is going to play great all series long, and that'll be good enough to get them one game. But this Warriors team, they're fully healthy now. And
Steph Curry's probable.
He's going to play.
Yep.
He already said, or Steve Kerr already said he expects him to play. But that's one of the greatest teams, of all time.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't seen them play together a lot recently, but I'm certainly not going to bet against them in a first-round matchup.
They definitely have more to prove in this matchup than Denver. They want everyone to remember who they are.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, next up we have the Memphis Timberwolves.
The Memphis-Soda Grizzly Wolves.
Yeah, there you go. Memphis-Soda Grizzly Wolves. I got Memphis winning this series in 6.
I have Memphis winning this in 6 as well. I think this is going to be an incredibly entertaining first-round matchup. Mm-hmm. But I'm just sticking with the Grizzlies. As they get farther and farther into the postseason, that's when my question marks will become bigger for them.
Yep.
But Minnesota is not a team that has a ton of playoff experience either. This is just going to be 2 young teams going 100 miles an hour, and I'm taking the Grizzlies because they've been, on paper, the best team in the NBA all year long.
Yeah, I see Memphis winning the first 2 games at home. I see Minnesota potentially winning the next 2 at home, and then Memphis closes out the series by winning 2 more. and that makes it 4-2. But I agree with you. Both really young teams with not a lot of experience in the playoffs, but Memphis is by far the better team, in my opinion. But who knows? Minnesota could surprise us. They did the other night. We'll see what happens. So we both have Golden State and Memphis in the second round, right?
That is correct.
Who do you have winning that matchup?
I have Golden State in 6 games. I think, we just talked about experience, championship pedigree, all that stuff. I think that will win out for the Warriors in that series.
I have Golden State in 6 as well, and I couldn't agree more. Phoenix, Utah. I got Phoenix in 5 games.
I have Phoenix in 5 games as well.
Oh, man. It's almost like we did these together. We did not see each other's picks before we started this, so just a heads up. But you know what they say, Calvin. Great minds think alike, right?
That is true.
So we both have Phoenix and Golden State facing off in the Western Conference Finals.
That's what everybody wants to see. I certainly hope that's the end result. I would love to see Memphis in there too, but this, to me, is the best possible Western Conference Finals matchup.
And you got Phoenix in how many games?
I have Phoenix in 7 games. I think it's going to be an epic series. Phoenix wins in 7.
I got Phoenix in 6, but I'm considering changing it to 7. But we'll see. I'm going with Phoenix in 6 right now. I think that Chris Paul, I think this is the year that he stays healthy. And I think this is Phoenix's year. Not that I'm giving any intel on my finals prediction, but Phoenix is looking good. All right, let's move on here to the Eastern Conference. It's official. We have Miami versus Atlanta in the first round. I got Miami in 5 games here.
I have Miami in 5 games as well.
Oh, my God. Why 5?
I mean, sweeps are so hard, It's really difficult to sweep a team, especially a team like Atlanta that was just in the Eastern Conference Finals last year. We just saw how dangerous they are. Trae Young and a couple of few players on this team can turn a switch on, at the drop of the hat. All of a sudden they load up with 30 points and a half like we saw today. When you're playing at home, you have the playoff crowd behind you. Mm-hmm. The chances you are able to sneak out one game are pretty good. The chances you're able to win 4 in a 7-game series are low, though, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a sweep here, but as I mentioned, I think that Trae Young's biggest way to hurt this Atlanta team is being physical with them, especially missing these big men. Miami's a perfect team that can be physical. They're even physical with each other, as we've seen on the bench this season.
Yes.
So I have Miami advancing in 5 games. Next up is a tough one, Calvin. This is Philadelphia and Toronto. As many people know, Matisse Thybulle is not eligible to play in Toronto for these games. But that could be 2 games. That could be more. So we're not really sure at this point. And a quick update on the Pelicans-Clippers game. It is halftime, and the Pelicans
are up 10, 56-46.
I got Philadelphia in 5 games here.
I have Philadelphia in 6 games.
Okay. Is that because of the Matisse Thybulle situation? Is that James Harden taking off his fat suit a game later? Or
I wouldn't say it's all because Matisse. I'm picking them to win Game 6 in Toronto. Matisse Thybulle's not going to. That'll be in Philadelphia. I apologize. But I just think that Embiid and Harden, to me, they're the best players in this series. I think I've said it multiple times that James Harden has the most pressure or most to prove of anybody in the playoffs this season. I think he'll back it up at least in the first round.
Yep.
Embiid is going to be an MVP force inside. So I'll take them over the Raptors.
I couldn't have said it better myself. I think James Harden has a ton to prove in these playoffs. I think he's going to play incredible in the first round. And I don't want to spoil it here, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to continue that in the second round.
Toronto is a very good defensive team. I will say that. I think they're number one in the league in deflections. They're really scrappy. They get after it. They've got a lot of physical defenders. So James Harden certainly will, if he comes out the first 2 games at home and he doesn't play very well, that changes a lot. The pressure's really, really going to be on him then.
Yep.
But at the same time, we're talking about James Harden, who is a not multiple MVP. Did he win more than one? No, just one, right?
2 MVPs.
Does he have 2? So, he's certainly capable of being the best player in the series. The question is, will he be or not?
Yeah, and how much has that rule change really affected him, right? Like we've all talked about how...
I'm going to throw that out. In the playoffs, he's played enough playoff games in his career to where the way the game is officiated isn't going to affect him, I think.
1-time MVP.
1 time.
2018.
1 time.
3-time scoring champion, 1 Man of the Year, 10-time All-Star, 6-time NBA first team. Good player.
Very good player.
Good player.
But he's got to be that good in order for them to win the series.
For everyone that's just joining us, Calvin and I filled out the NBA picks bracket. I encourage you all to do it as well. You have 6 days left to fill out this bracket. It is fun, it is free, and there are prizes involved, and we are just going over our picks right now. So if you're interested, listen up here. We're going to go over this, and then we're going to finish up the second half of this game.
I can see Vinny has my picks on the screen right now, probably because he knows my picks are the correct ones, but
Probably. All right, next up we have Milwaukee and Chicago. Now, Calvin, I only picked 1 sweep as well.
Oh man!
And
you're
this
really gonna
was
rub it
the
in
series.
right now, huh?
What are your picks here?
I have Milwaukee in 5 games.
Okay.
As much as it hates me to say this, it very well could be a sweep. But DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine have been the best 1-2 combo in the league all year long. I think that's good enough to get 1 game.
I sure hope so. I'm just going with probability here, and I think it's going to be a sweep. I think missing Lonzo Ball
that's
is
huge.
really going to help,
It's
or really
huge.
going to hurt them.
This was the worst possible draw that Chicago could have gotten in the first round.
Yep. Boston, Brooklyn.
All right, this is my only upset
Okay.
of the entire, or I guess I don't know if we'll get there when we get there, but this is a real upset. I'm taking Brooklyn in 7 games over Boston. I think Kyrie is going to come out like an absolute killer. He wants to take down the Celtics. Kevin Durant's going to be Kevin Durant. They're saying Ben Simmons is going to come back in this series as well.
Game 4, maybe?
4 or 5 or 6 is what he's targeting as his return date. Brooklyn in 7.
I got Brooklyn in 6. I think that they've dealt with some injuries. I think they're not going to want to waste any time here. They're going to try and close out this Boston team as quickly as possible. I think it will take 6 games for them to do that because, Boston, as much as everyone's talked down on them, they've really had a great season. Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown just seem to be getting better and better. But I'm not rooting against KD, so I'm going Brooklyn in 6.
Yeah, this one was tough for me. I went back and forth on this a lot. Certainly, Brooklyn makes me nervous because they don't play a lot of defense, and Boston has been one of the best defensive teams in the NBA since the trade deadline. Mm-hmm. It's been the biggest thing that's turned their season around. I mean, they were almost out of the playoffs altogether. Right around the trade deadline, they shot up, rocketed all the way to the 2nd seed. They're a very dangerous team, and I certainly wouldn't be surprised if they end up winning this series. But I agree with you. I have a hard time betting against Kyrie and Kevin Durant when they're motivated and focused and are able to play in every game.
And this team was an incredibly good team early on in the season. They went through an 11-game losing streak when KD was out and Kyrie was only playing part-time. They did mix up the roster twice, right, in trading for James Harden and then trading James Harden again. But I love the additions they brought in. I like Drummond on this team. I like Seth Curry on this team. I'm not sure what we're going to see out of Ben Simmons, but I think that he can help this team. So I got Brooklyn advancing.
I agree.
So second round, we both have Milwaukee and Brooklyn, right?
We do.
Who you got winning this series?
I have Milwaukee in 6 games.
Wow.
This is, to me, this is the one team that Brooklyn does not want to see in the playoffs. It's probably the one team that nobody wants to see in the playoffs. But Milwaukee presents too many matchup problems for Brooklyn. They're really skilled offensively and defensively. They're the defending champs. Brooklyn is going home. They're going fishing in this series.
I had a really tough time with this because I know early on I picked Milwaukee to repeat, and I still think that is very, very possible. But like I said, I have a really hard time betting against these stars. I had a hard time betting against LeBron for the longest time. I had a hard time betting against KD and the Golden State Warriors. Now KD's in Brooklyn. He's healthy. He's on a mission. I'm picking Brooklyn.
The Bucks are the champs, though.
I'm picking Brooklyn to upset the champs in 7 games. I think Milwaukee, I think they got fat and happy.
Oh, I disagree with that.
We'll see.
Disagree with that big time.
We'll see. I don't think they have the drive that Brooklyn has. They don't need to prove anything. I disagree
right
with
now.
that
even more.
I'm just saying they don't have anything to prove right now, like Milwaukee does.
What?
I mean, sorry, like Brooklyn does. Brooklyn's got more of a chip on their shoulder. All right.
They don't have the chip on their shoulder.
So then we agree Miami and Philadelphia are facing off in the second round?
Yes.
Who you got?
I have Miami in 7 games.
Okay.
Here. I think this is going to be a really close series. I like Miami to win out just because I think they're the better overall team, and I think they'll have trouble shutting down Embiid, but I like their chances to shut down Harden more than most teams. And they're so balanced. So balanced.
Yeah.
Offensively.
I think this is the series where Philadelphia fans are going to start to panic on the James Harden situation because I think the physicality of Miami, the schemes that they run, they're going to shut down James Harden. He's not going to be able to get to the basket like he normally does. And if he's struggling, shooting the ball, I got Miami in 6 games. All right, so here we are. We're in the finals here.
Thanks for tuning in, Gotham.
We're in the finals. Thanks, Gotham. Key Kings, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. So
the conference finals.
Yeah. I got Phoenix and Golden State in the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah.
And I got Miami and Brooklyn in the Eastern Conference Finals. I know you got Miami and Milwaukee.
Yes. We have 3 out of the 4 same teams.
I got Phoenix in 6 games over Golden State.
I have Phoenix in 7. Again, I think this is going to be another epic series.
Okay.
It's exactly what we want to watch. The Warriors, I think, are going to be clicking on all cylinders by this point.
Okay.
So they're going to give Phoenix everything they can handle. But I'm taking Phoenix to win out in 7 games.
Are you picking what you think's going to happen or what you want to happen?
What I think is going to happen.
Okay. Because I would love to see a bunch of 7-game series here with epic games and all that.
Well, I mean, I only have 3 7-game series in this whole thing.
Okay. I think I got 2. But I got Phoenix winning in 6. I just think it's, dare I say it, their year. I think last year was a little early for them. I just love the strides this team has made. And I'm not sure if Golden State's really going to have an answer for Ayton inside.
Yeah.
And then that's going to open up Devin Booker. And Chris Paul's going to do his thing.
This series comes down to the bench for me.
Okay.
And I trust Phoenix's. I love the guys that are coming off the bench for the Warriors. I love Jordan Poole. I love Kuminga. I just am not sure that they're ready for this. They haven't done this yet.
Yep.
Phoenix's players have done this.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take their bench over Golden State's bench.
Yeah, I agree. And then in the Eastern Conference, I got Miami winning in 6 games over Brooklyn.
I have my Milwaukee,
Okay.
beating Miami in 6 games.
Okay. All right. So then you got a rematch
I do.
of last
have a
year's
rematch.
finals. And who's your victor?
Bucks in 7.
Another 7-game series.
Yep.
Okay. I sure
these
hope
are the
so.
2 best teams for me. They've been the best teams all year long. It's honestly, in my opinion, a coin flip between these 2 teams in the finals. I certainly wouldn't be surprised to see Phoenix win in 7 or 6 games. I definitely think this series is going minimum 6 games because I think they're evenly matched. And I'm just going to take the Bucks' big 3 over Phoenix's big 3.
Oh, so you got Bucks repeating as champion.
That's right.
Well, I'm a little bit different here. I have the best team in each conference, record-wise, from the regular season making the finals, and that's Phoenix and Miami. But as I mentioned, I think this is Phoenix's year. Unfortunately, the Miami Heat are going to lose again in the finals. Phoenix prevails in 6 games over the Miami Heat. Phoenix Suns are your champions, and I think Devin Booker for MVP.
Ooh,
Finals
wow.
MVP.
I
I want to say Chris Paul, but
I'll go Giannis as a repeat, as well as the Bucks for
Okay.
Finals MVP.
let us know in the chat what you guys think about our picks here, and I will post the link one more time if you guys would like to go and place your own picks. It's free, it's fun, and why not, right? But we want to hear from you guys. Let us know in the chat or down below in the comments who you think will win the NBA title this year, because that's the whole reason we're here, right? That's the reason we did all 82 games.
That's right.
It's
crown
that.
the champion.
It's that right there.
Right?
Calvin's got it. He's got the
I
trophy.
did. I can't tell you how many dreams I've had of holding this trophy. It's a lot, but
Like LeBron.
the real
James.
trophy, not this
The
one.
first time LeBron was looking at that thing.
Oh, that totally would have been me.
Oh my God.
Totally would have been me.
That's great. All right, now that we got that out of the way here, let's see. We went over best player in franchise history for every single team. We went over our complete picks. This is a long stream, so I appreciate you all for hanging around and joining us. We wanted to be available as much as we could today. If it's your first time here, welcome to Basketball at the Bar. That's Calvin. I'm Barry. We do this every single weekday. We just have a fun time. We drink some beers. We talk about basketball. If it's your first time here, please hit that like button. Please hit the subscribe button. Introduce yourself in the chat. Make sure you guys stick around. We are going to be doing Q&A after the game, so we'd love to hear from you. But we also have a bunch of time in between, so feel free to post anything you want in the chat, and we'd be happy to elaborate on any questions or any comments, concerns, anything you guys have here. All right, Calvin, so let's go back to this play-in game. It is officially the last game of the NBA regular season, play-in season.
The purgatory season.
The last game before the playoffs, which officially start tomorrow. The New Orleans Pelicans are leading by 10, 56-46 at halftime in LA. Paul George is out due to COVID. Kawhi Leonard did not play in this game. Calvin, what are your thoughts so far on this game? Is it going just how you imagined, or what needs to change for the Clippers?
Well, it's going just how I imagined after I found out that Paul George wasn't going to play, right? The Pelicans have been a much different team since the trade deadline. Brandon Ingram right now has got to be MVP of this game. 18 points, 9 of 13 from the field, 4 rebounds, 4 assists. McCollum only has 8 points. He struggled shooting, 4 of 12 from the field, 0 of 3 from downtown. Valanciunas only has 4 points. So the thing for me is that without Paul George, the Pelicans just have too much firepower for the Clippers to overcome. They're not as good of a individual defenders as the Clippers have on this team. Paul George obviously being one of them who's out. Kawhi Leonard another one who's out. But they've got Robert Covington. Marcus Morris is an okay defender. Nicholas Batum is an okay defender. They just don't have enough offensive firepower, I think, to overcome the fact that they're down 10 at halftime and McCollum is 4 of 12 from the field and only 8 points. That's a really bad sign if you're the Clippers. Now, we just watched the previous game where Cleveland looked like they were going to run away with it in the first half. They were up 10, just like New Orleans is at halftime. Trae Young comes out and goes absolutely ballistic in the second half, and the Hawks win. So the Clippers are still, they can still definitely pull something like that off, but it's going to be really tough.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just feeling pretty good about my pick here in the sight of you chugging a bottle of Jameson.
Oh, a bottle it is now.
Just like the thumbnail on this video. It's coming true. There's a reason I had you do that. It's coming true. It's coming true. Let's say the Clippers do come back in this game and are able to win. What's going to help them do that?
They're going to do it the same way that they've been winning games all year long, and that is dominating the perimeter and knocking down three-point shots. You look at this possession. All 5 guys, they're playing small right now.
Great ball movement.
Every single player is standing behind the three-point line. Mm-hmm. It's ball movement, attacking, knowing when to attack your spots and try to get to the rim. But a lot of times they penetrate not to get a basket or to get a shot at the rim, to free somebody up in the corner for an open three. So the Clippers have been one of the best three-point shooting teams in the league all year long. Both of these teams in this game are shooting it really badly from beyond the arc. The Pelicans are 1 of 8.
Yep.
And the Clippers are 5 of 22. They've already taken 22 threes in this game.
Yeah, it's
so
wild.
they're going to keep jacking it up from outside. If they start to knock those shots down, then the Pelicans are in trouble.
Yeah, watching this team, it's interesting. It kind of reminds me a little bit of that, was it like the 08 Boston Celtics team with Rondo, where Rondo just drives inside every time. He has a look at the basket, but he kicks it out to somebody on the outside every time. I don't know if that's helping them or hurting them at this point, because they are missing, their 2 best players and 2 really good three-point shooters. But they were able to bring in some guys at the trade deadline. As you mentioned, probably the best 3-and-D team in the NBA.
There you go,
but
3-point game.
That's all it's going to come down for me is playing defense. They need to turn the Pelicans over, and they need to make the Pelicans look like a team that has not been in this position before. Mm-hmm. And they just got to make some shots here, which is very, very possible. They're at home.
It's very doable.
They've done it all season long. They got a better record than the Pelicans, even though they've missed Paul George for 51 games. This is his 52nd game missed this season, and the fact that Kawhi Leonard is out as well. But let's be honest here, Calvin. All this is winning this game to get demolished in the first round.
Yeah. You play to win the game.
Yeah.
Right? That's what these guys are doing. The rebounding differential is going to be another key stat to watch for me down the stretch in this game, because the Clippers, I think, are going to play small probably for the rest of this game. They want their 5 best players out there. They want to stretch the floor, put extra shooters out there. If New Orleans is going to double down with this huge lineup playing Jackson Hayes and Valanciunas, that's going to make it harder for them to defend the perimeter, but it's going to make it a lot easier for them to crash the glass and get offensive rebounds. New Orleans is currently only +3 in rebounding right now. So that's a big win for the Clippers, who are not a good rebounding team or haven't been throughout the course of the season.
Yeah, I'm just looking here at the box score, and I'm pretty astounded here that the Clippers are only down by 3 in this game. You look at like a bunch of these starters, not even to mention the guys that they're missing, but Nicholas Batum has only had 2 points at this point. Terrence Mann, 0 points. Zubats, only 8 points. And then you look at the bench, like absolutely no production from the bench. 3 points from Robert Covington, 6 for Norman Powell. Hartenstein's got 2 points. Coffey, 0 points. Rodney Hood has not entered the game, or BJ Boston. I'm not sure if we're going to see either of those guys. But I think I think Batum needs to pick it up. They're going to need to get some points from him. And Robert Covington needs to have a big second half for them to win this game.
The Clippers are going to need to do it by committee. That's the way that they've done it all season long. They had 9 players on their roster averaging double figures this season. So this is, again, it's not time to try to change what you've been doing all year long. You do what has gotten you to this point and what has won you games, and that's sharing the ball and knocking down outside shots for the Clippers.
Yeah, it looks like Luke Kennard did miss this game. There was potential that he would be available. He was leading the league in three-point percentage. If you were to look at this team right now with all the injuries and everyone out, who is the best three-point shooter on this Clippers team right now?
Man, that's tough. I mean, the easy answer is Luke Kennard, right? Because he led the league in three-point shooting percentage this year. But I also mentioned Norman Powell, who didn't qualify to lead the league in three-point shooting because he didn't play enough games, but he shot a better percentage this season than Kennard did. He shot 50% from three, which is just mind-blowing. Like, nobody should be that good shooting from outside. But they've got a lot of these guys who can shoot. Paul George is another one. I mean, even Kawhi Leonard, like, they might be more streaky out three-point shooters than some of these guys.
I'm saying as far as, like, all those guys out, who's left? Because
right now?
Yeah, because, in the first game we saw Atlanta was kind of doing it by committee, right? That's kind of their style. They were missing 2 big players. And then, of course, their best player in Trae Young stepped up and hit a bunch of those threes late in the game. He brought them the victory. What guy on this team has that potential?
Well, I'm looking at Norman Powell right now. In fact, I'm looking at Norman Powell and Robert Covington, who both, didn't play a ton of games this season. They missed a lot due to injuries, but both of them shot over 40% from three this season. Mm-hmm. They're currently a combined 1 for 6 from the three-point line. Yep. But you've got a guy like Marcus Morris Sr., who's also a pretty good three-point shooter. He's 3 of 6 in this game. And Reggie Jackson is another guy that can really step up in big moments. He's 2 of 6 right now. But I think if the Clippers are going to pull this game out, they need either Norman Powell or Robert Covington to step it up and knock down a few more outside shots.
Yeah, they definitely need somebody to get hot here. And then they're going to need a little bit of luck, too, as far as the Pelicans. We saw Brandon Ingram start out the first half so hot. He hasn't really done much at all here in the second half. They're going to need to shut him down if they want to have any chance at winning this game. And they do. They're only down 3 at this point. He's got the ball. He's bringing the ball up the court. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, each team has only 2 players right now that are in double figures. So it's going to be whichever team wins this game is going to have that 3rd or 4th guy step up for them.
Yeah, it definitely looks like playoff basketball. Things are starting to slow down a little bit. They're getting a little bit more physical. This is a good game. I'm still mixed on the play-in tournament, right? Like the ability to have some of these below 500 teams make it into the playoffs by winning 2 games. I'm a little mixed on it, but I'm happy that there's 6 extra games we got to watch, which is exciting.
It's always nice to watch extra games, but I wish they would get rid of the play-in tournament.
Any ideas with something they should replace it with, or you just
I don't think it should be replaced with anything.
Top 8 of each conference,
16 teams,
or best 16 in the league?
No, I like the conference matchups. I think there's an argument to be made for the 16 teams with the best records making the postseason, but I just love, I guess maybe I'm a little old school, but like those matchups, Duke, North Carolina, Michigan, Ohio State, you know, the super big rivalries, you're not going to get those if you switch to a conference-less tournament, you know, for the NBA playoffs. You know, you're not going to have these crazy 7-game series between Miami and New York, or
Clippers
Boston
just take the lead
and whoever.
LA?
You know, so well, yeah, I was going to say LA, but that's only if they meet in the finals. You know, I think there's a lot to be said about keeping the conference is set for the playoffs, and travel's another thing. I don't buy in too much to the you know, having to take on all those extra miles for a playoff series being the ultimate determining factor, but it does make sense to me. I think that you could definitely be at a disadvantage if you're a team that has to travel cross country for a first round playoff matchup.
One thing I do know is none of these guys are sitting in the middle seat, and that's the only thing that drives me crazy about traveling, because, you know, if we go anywhere, it's 3,000 miles, right? Yeah. Like, unless we're going to Oahu. So, you know, I don't buy that either. Key King says Reggie Jackson's got to be one of the most underrated players in the league. What are your thoughts on that?
I definitely think he's underrated. I don't know about one of the most underrated players in the league, but if anybody watched our shows leading up to this game, you know, I said multiple times, he has been a guy that has really come up big for them in big moments, playoff games, playoff series. I think he's totally changed the narrative on him as a player, and that's a great double team on Brandon Ingram right there. But yeah,
Clippers play great defense.
I definitely think Reggie Jackson is an underrated player.
Clippers play
and he's
great
I think
defense.
he's very lucky that he ended up in LA.
Yeah.
Because I thought he was equally as talented of a player in Oklahoma City and Detroit. But coming to this team, having Kawhi Leonard there, having Paul George there, I think that definitely remotivated him to turn into a guy that maybe nobody would expect to be one of the best players throughout the course of a full 82-game season.
Mm-hmm.
But in a 7-game series, this guy can come in and totally wreck everything for an opposing team.
And the whole Pat Bev situation, which really opened up a spot for Reggie Jackson on this Clippers team. Because if Pat Beverly was still here, he'd be the starting point guard. Larry Nance. Wow, I haven't seen that guy in a while. The Clippers are still there. They're in a pretty good position here, Calvin. I know when everybody heard the news today about Paul George, everyone was thinking the Clippers were going to lose this game. And
but it's one game. They're at home. They have a lot of playoff experience.
Yep.
Like they're definitely not out of this.
They're doing exactly what they need to do, and they have.
And there's Reggie Jackson right on cue.
They have the biggest cheerleader in the league sitting courtside.
Best owner in sports.
You think so?
I mean, you can probably say that for a bunch of people, but
what are your thoughts
on
Steve Ballmer?
I think he's great. Like, how could you not like him?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Much better than their previous owner.
Yes, much better than their previous owner. No, he spends money. He's committed to winning. He wants to do whatever it takes. He seems like a very,
boisterous.
I look at him the same way I look at Mark Cuban, pretty much.
Okay.
Like they're very, I want to say hands-on, but at the same time, I think they also allow the whoever's running the team and coaching the team to do their job.
Yep.
But they're very invested, right? Not just monetarily. They're invested personally and emotionally in the team's success.
Just like Vivek.
Yeah.
But they're a little bit more hands-off than Vivek, right? As we saw with the whole Dallas Mavericks situation, Mark Cuban's like, I hired this guy to be in control. I didn't know about any of that bad stuff that was happening.
Right.
All tech guys that have all absolutely killed it in a dream of many fans. I'm sure a lot of you feel the same way, right? That if you ever had an opportunity to buy an NBA team, that would be an absolute dream, right? And then on top of that, once you achieve that dream, the next dream is to win an NBA championship. And we see these guys very, very invested, right? Sitting at courtside during the games. We see the emotion on their face when their team does lose, how devastated they actually are, right? They are fully invested. But like you said, at the same time, they're empowering other guys and they're understanding I'm the owner or I'm good at business, but there's basketball decisions that need to be made, and I'm going to hire the right people to handle the basketball decisions, and I'll be there with the checkbook to open it up when we need to make things happen. I want to give another shout out to Winning Time, that show on HBO. Cal, you got to check it out.
I do need to
They
watch
talk about Jerry Buss. It's actually really funny. He is played by John C. Reilly, which is wild because I don't know a ton about Jerry Buss. Like, I know the name, you hear all these things, but like I never knew him personally. I don't know too much about him as a person, but watching that show, oh man, John C. Reilly does a great job. I don't know if Jerry Buss is that goofy in real life or was that goofy in real life, but
they definitely picked a guy that looks a lot like or can look a lot like Dr. Buss.
He absolutely kills it. And it's a fun show, man. You got to check it out.
Yeah, I need to watch it.
You got to check it out. And Jerry West is very prominent in that show. He's a little angrier than I've known Jerry West. But
talk about an underrated player.
He's the mastermind that built this Clippers team.
Yep.
He built the Golden State Warriors franchise, and now he helped. Now he moved into LA, and he
helped build both of those teams.
He helped bring this Clippers team together. So I know he's got to be disappointed in the Paul George and Kawhi Leonard thing as well.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
But they're not out yet. And, hey, if they win this game, Kawhi Leonard and Paul George could both be available in the playoffs, which...
Yes, that would definitely change things.
Could mess up my little picks here.
Yeah, my sweep probably wouldn't look as good then, but...
Oh, yeah, I got Phoenix in 5, so I'm probably okay there. To everybody that's just joining in, welcome to Basketball at the Bar. We are live Monday through Friday, watching basketball, talking basketball, having a couple beers, and having fun. Thank you guys so much for joining. Please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We are going to hang around here. We're going to talk hoops. We're going to watch the rest of this Pelicans-Clippers game. And, Calvin, I think I want to go into previews for tomorrow's games.
Big foul call there.
I know we talked about it on yesterday's podcast, but I think we should go over tomorrow's schedule and, give some thoughts on those games. What do you think about that?
Let's do it.
All right, so we have 4 games on Saturday. It starts early, man. Here in Hawaii, 7 a.m. is the first game, so I will be up early watching this game. The Utah Jazz are visiting the Luka Doncic list. Dallas Mavericks, that's right. Luka Doncic is sidelined due to a calf strain. They said he's going to miss the first and the second game so far.
Well, they said he's definitely out the first game, possibly out the second game.
He could miss the whole series, realistically.
Oh, yeah.
But, you don't want to show your hand too much, give Utah too much in this. But what do you feel about this series?
Well, as we, said earlier, this series, to me, it totally hinges on how healthy Luka is. If he's not ready to go, if he misses multiple games, if he tries to play and re-aggravates it, or any of those scenarios, Dallas is done to me. I mean, if he misses more than 2 or more games, this could easily be a sweep.
Especially because both of those games are at home.
Yeah.
Which is even tougher. Like, if they were the road team and he missed the first 2 games, it's like, oh, you're already supposed to lose those 2.
Yeah.
Then they come back home, but he could miss the first 2 games. They could be going to Utah
down 0-2.
Down 0-2 and possibly without Doncic as well.
Yep.
I'm taking Utah to win this first game.
Oh, yeah. I take Utah to win every game that Luka doesn't play.
Wow. Okay. So potentially a sweep then, huh? What did you take them again? I think I took them in 5.
I have Utah winning in
6.
6.
Yeah, I got 6 as well.
6 games.
Well, it looks like Luka better play 2 games then. Next up, we have Minnesota visiting Memphis, or
Yes.
as you like to say,
Memphis-Soda.
Memphis-Soda.
Grizzly Wolves.
Grizzly Wolves. What are your thoughts on this game?
This game's going to be entertaining. I think this series and the Boston-Brooklyn series are probably, for me, the 2 most exciting and entertaining first-round matchups. And I got Memphis winning this game. I got Memphis winning this series. I'm all in on Memphis as a team. I don't mean that thinking they're going to win the championship this year, but they're the best up and coming team in the league for me.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Them and Chicago, I think, are both on that, but they're healthy now, right? And they're a little bit younger than Chicago.
They're incredibly young. They're the second youngest team in the NBA.
Yeah, I think
So
Memphis.
they're very ahead of schedule. They're not necessarily supposed to be here. I mean, maybe you could have seen them being like in the Timberwolves spot as a 7 seed or a team that's just barely cracking the playoffs. No one expected them to be the 2nd seed in the West this season.
Yeah, and I think they actually lucked out here facing another young team in Minnesota in the first round that I think Memphis wins this series, and I'm going to take them to win game 1.
Yeah, I think they defend home court, and they definitely get that first game.
Next up, we have Toronto at Philadelphia. What are your thoughts on that game and series?
Well, as I've said before, this series to me comes down to what James Harden is going to show up. Is he going to be on tour like Jalen Rose says and shooting 4 of 12, 4 of 13 from the field? Or are we going to see MVP James Harden, a guy that drops 30 points, has 12, 13 assists and a bunch of rebounds, 6, 7, 8 rebounds? If they get that James Harden, they win this game and they win this series.
Yeah, I could really see it going either way, right? Like James Harden seems like that guy to me that he's like, I could do nothing and then drop a 40-point triple-double on you and not even practice or prepare for it. But then we've also seen the James Harden that hasn't been able to make a 3, has been in huge scoring droughts with the Houston Rockets, has definitely underperformed in the playoffs according to a lot of people. But I'm going to take Philadelphia in this game. I'm taking the new Shaq and Kobe for at least this first series.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen once they go to Toronto.
I think James is going to play like an MVP.
Yeah.
I really do. I look back to the way he played with Houston in the bubble a couple of years ago in the playoffs. We all know James Harden can score. Like that's been he was born scoring buckets, right? But for me, James Harden as a player, what he's been missing over the course of his career is defense.
Yep.
He used to be one of the 2 or 3 worst defenders in the NBA, hands down. And I've seen a big change in him over the past few years, particularly in the postseason on the defensive side of the ball. Everybody remembers that huge block he had on, I think it was Lou Dort for Oklahoma City in the bubble. Those are the types of plays that if he comes out and he starts making early on, it will tell me right away that he is back, he's ready to go, and Toronto is in trouble.
Yeah, if he's a motivated James Harden, which I think he is, I think he'll play really well, and I think he's going to shoot well in this first round as well, because I don't see – I know Toronto's got some good defensive players on their team, but, when James Harden is on, it doesn't matter how good a defense you play against him. He's making shots, and I think it'll last at least the first round here, at least the first round. So you got Philadelphia in that first game?
Yeah, I do have them winning that first game.
Okay. So I think we got all home teams, or no, actually, other than Dallas, we have Utah, and then we got Memphis and Philadelphia. And next up is Denver visiting the Golden State Warriors. If I'm a Warriors fan, I am ecstatic for this home playoff game. It's been so long. What are your thoughts on this game and the series?
They finally get to have a playoff game at the new Chase Center in San Francisco, the multi-billion-dollar project that they threw up there. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. This series, this game is Golden State's to lose, right? Like they're finally healthy. We don't know exactly what Steph is going to look like because he's missed a bunch of games, but if he's out there, he's good enough to go for me. And Clay is finally starting to look more like himself. Mm-hmm. They got Draymond back to run that defense. They've got a really loaded bench all of a sudden because they have all these guys back healthy. So Jordan Poole gets to come off the bench, Kuminga off the bench. The Warriors are back. I mean, they're as much as people might not want to hear that in the NBA, the Warriors are back, and they're definitely a force to be reckoned with.
I think there's a couple players and a couple teams in the NBA that have that on-off switch that they can hit when the playoffs start, and I think the Golden State Warriors are definitely one of these teams. So I'm picking Golden State to come out super hot in this game to set a tone for the series. So I have Golden State winning this game by double digits.
I would not be surprised at all.
What game are you looking forward to most on Saturday? We got Utah, Dallas, Minnesota, Memphis, Toronto, Philadelphia, Denver, Golden State.
I think it's a tie for me. I'm most excited about two of these games, and that's going to be Minnesota, Memphis for one, just because I think that out of all the first-round matchups, this might be the most evenly matched series. Mm-hmm. You've got the two highest-scoring teams in the NBA, regular season-wise. Minnesota ended the year number 1. Memphis is number 2. They're both really young. They're maybe ahead of schedule right now. They've got a lot of young star power. So I think there's going to be a lot of points scored in this series, and it's going to be really fun to watch. And then I'm also really excited, as for all the reasons you just listed, to see the healthy Warriors back in the postseason. They're such a fun, whether or not you like one team having dominance or being, a perennial championship contender. If you love basketball, you have to love watching this team. They play the game the right way. They share the ball. They're loaded with superstars, but none of them has like too big of a head. Mm-hmm. They're always willing to defer to the next player for the open shot.
LA's going on a run here.
They really are going on a huge run. So yeah, for me, it's a tie between those two games: Golden State, Denver, and Minnesota, Memphis.
I'm going to pick two games as well here. I'm really excited to see what happens in Philadelphia. I have been one of the biggest James Harden haters that there is, but when he's making shots and he's playing well, it is exciting basketball to watch. It really is. So I'm excited to see how this Embiid-Harden tandem is really going to play together. I haven't had a chance to watch a ton of Philadelphia games this season, so I'm excited that it's here on prime time. It's on ESPN. I'm going to be able to watch the game. I think that's going to be a very, very interesting game. And then I'm going to pick two, just like you. The Golden State game is huge, right? Denver, for all the high hopes they had over the past 2 seasons, and, the MVP on their roster.
Yeah, we haven't even mentioned his name, right? That's crazy.
I think like I said, Golden State will end up winning this game, but I think it will be exciting, and then the Warriors will probably pull away at the end. Like I said, win by double digits. But yeah, I think those last 2 games are going to be super exciting.
I'm with you. I mean, it's the playoffs. Every series has storylines. Every series has reasons to watch, right? But, Draymond, Clay, and Steph, 11 total minutes logged together in the last 3 years. So I'm very excited to see what those 3 guys look like in the playoffs. Again.
What do you think will be the most exciting first round matchup between all these?
I go with Minnesota and Memphis again.
Really?
Yep. Yeah.
Do you remember one year it was like, who was it? Boston and Chicago. that were playing, and like Ben Gordon.
Dwayne Wade was on. Oh, you're going even further back. Okay.
When Ben Gordon hit that shot, and I think it was like Glenn Baby Davis had a game winner.
Yeah, those were great.
It was like a 7-game series, and I think 3 or 4 of those games went to overtime.
Yeah.
That was one of the best series I've ever seen.
Great series.
I'm looking for another series like that.
Wow. I mean, that's hard to live up to.
It's a lot to ask.
Playoffs, like, a lot of those series, even series that are, more or less dominated by one team, like a team wins in 5 games, you can still get a really good competitive series out of that, for each individual game. But I just think this Memphis and Minnesota series, like I said before, the fact that neither of these teams have really been in this position before, it's prime time, they're in the playoffs, there's a lot of young star power, they really get up and down the court and score a ton of points. This series to me has the potential to be something like that. Maybe you don't get a ton of overtime games, but I think they're all going to be close. They're going to be really highly entertaining and a lot of points scored.
I'm going to go with Boston and Brooklyn.
I agree with that too. I think both conferences, the 2 and 7 matchup is the matchup to watch for me.
I think that's going to be a really exciting matchup because I don't think that Brooklyn is the 7th seed. I just don't. I think that all the drama that they had to deal with James Harden, the injury to KD, that 11-game losing streak is the only reason why they're in that position. So I think it's going to be a really, really even matchup. And then I didn't even mention the Kyrie Irving versus the Boston Celtics thing. Yep. What's going to happen with him? Like KD's
tough offensive foul call there.
KD's finally back and in some rhythm here. I think that's going to be a very, very exciting series. And that was actually the toughest first round series for me to choose in our picks.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that. That was probably the hardest one for me to pick too.
Clippers are going on a little run here, Calvin. They're up 9 now.
They're looking good. You want to maybe take this bottle of Jameson over to your side of the table, or?
I'll take it over here. Why not?
It sounds like famous last words from me, though, right? Like
I'm gonna put it right here in front because this is what everyone's here for, right? Is they wanna see the loser do a shot, and who knows, Calvin? Maybe if we get up here to 20 likes, we'll both do a shot. What do you feel about that?
I'm okay with that.
Yeah. All right. I think that'll be fun. Why not put something on the line here, huh?
More free throws.
All right.
Norman Powell, here he comes.
I think we're going to put the rest of our focus on this game. It's a big one. It's a big one. Who wants it more? I feel like if you're the Pelicans...
It's very interesting we've seen both of these playing games play out this way.
Right.
The team that has the playoff experience, all that stuff, they got off to really slow starts, double-digit leads at halftime, down double digits, come out in the second half much more focused, much more aggressive, and go on big runs to put their teams ahead.
Yeah, it is quite interesting. If I'm the Pelicans, I'm disappointed in myself in this third quarter. I'm not sure what's going to happen here in the next 2.5 minutes, but at the end of this quarter, if I'm the coach of the Pelicans, I'm talking with my whole team, and I'm saying we played a horrible third quarter, but the game's not over. We're still into it. We need to change some things here in the fourth. We need to get back to doing what worked for us in the first half. And just like they're trying to do here, you need to get Brandon Ingram the ball, but you need to get him the ball in space. You need to get him the ball in a good position to make a play. And I think they still got a chance here, but
they do have a chance.
They need to get back to what
CJ
they're doing.
McCollum has got to step up and play. It was. CJ McCollum's got to have a big fourth quarter. He's only got 10 points right now, 5 of 15 from the field, 0 of 4 from 3, and 0 of 2 at the free throw line.
8 at halftime, so he's only got 2 points.
He only has 2 points in the second half. Brandon Ingram, 18 points at halftime. He only has 4 points in the second half. So they're just not getting any offensive production from anyone right now. And they're still an anemic 1 of 14 from 3.
Yeah.
I mean, the Clippers aren't shooting it well from 3 at all, but they have 6 more made threes in this game than the Pelicans do.
Yeah, they need to get the ball to Valanciunas as well. He's kind of been out of this game. He's a big advantage for them, right, inside.
Definitely. He's only got 6 points. And he's only attempted 3. This will be his 3rd and 4th free throws of the game. Like that, for a guy that has this kind of size advantage inside, they really need to be pounding the rock in there and trying to draw more fouls.
I agree. Wow. If I'm Paul George, I'm feeling
that's another thing. Is both
right
teams are really struggling at the free throw line, but the Clippers have 10 more attempted free throws than the Pelicans do.
Yeah. What's up, Dennis? We're hanging out. It's a long live. I think we're at we just finished hour 3. We watched the second half of the first game, and we are watching the entire second game with you guys here, just having fun. We talked about our NBA picks. We encourage you to fill out
There you go again.
a bracket.
Another, just allowing too many easy drives to the basket right now for the Pelicans.
On NBA.com. Choose your picks. If you want to hear ours, you can rewind in the video, or potentially Calvin and I will talk about them if we get some more time here in the fourth quarter. But as soon as this quarter's over, we got about a minute left here. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back strong and watch the entire fourth quarter with you guys.
Another big shot.
Another big three.
Big shot.
The Pelicans fell apart here in the third quarter, Calvin.
They really, really did. Right now, Reggie Jackson and Marcus Morris Sr. have a combined 47 points.
Who's going to be the difference maker for the Pelicans? Who's going to put this team on their back?
It's got to be CJ.
I know. He's disappeared here.
He's been, ever since they got him on this team, he's been, Brandon Ingram has played well for them all year long, but CJ McCollum has been the turning point for this team, I think.
Yep.
He's coming off of a 32 points?
I think it's 35.
In there, 30-something in their win over San Antonio. He's got to have a bigger impact on this game right now.
Yeah.
Especially for a team that really doesn't have, outside of him and Brandon Ingram, I'm looking at maybe one other person on this team that I think can create their own shot, and that's Devontae Graham.
Yeah.
So,
and he's coming off the bench. He didn't
really
even get
get it going
in the
here
last
offensively.
Game. He's only got 4 minutes in this game so far.
Oh, big offensive rebounds. And again, that's another area where New Orleans can really hurt the Clippers. They've got to pound the glass and use that size advantage.
Yeah. Yeah, and that takes away another strength of the Clippers, right? In that perimeter defense.
You can't miss that shot if you're Valanciunas. That's awful right there.
I'm kind of noticing the same thing in both of these games, right? Is the younger team is starting to struggle as the game winds down. They're making these little mistakes that they normally wouldn't make, and it's almost like the moment's becoming too big for them.
You're right, J. Drew. Brick after brick. They are building a house at the free throw line right now.
Looks like the Kings, huh? Oh,
a lot of one-on-one
he wanted it
in this game. And
Oh,
one.
Wow.
There it
Wow. Huge play. There you go, Norman Powell, just like you said, Cal. Jay, Drew, and Dennis, who you guys have winning the NBA championship this year? I want to hear from you guys. Who do you have winning the title? I'll give you a hint of my picks. I got Phoenix facing Miami. I know I've been talking about Milwaukee, but I'm feeling Miami for some reason. I don't know why.
Norman Powell up to 11 points now. Just like I said, he's the guy that they really needed to pick it up offensive. They're now up to 4 players in double figure scoring. The Pelicans with 3 guys.
There's Kawhi Leonard. He's a fun guy.
He is a fun guy.
He's like got to be the quietest guy in the NBA, right? Like you don't see him all season long and you don't hear anything from him or about him or anything. It's just like, nope, he's not available.
I like that pick, Dennis. I have that one as well.
I steered away from Milwaukee at the last moment. I don't know why. There you go.
That's a big shot right there. Keep it at 10 points.
Now they're down 10. Ooh, that was
go.
close. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. Don't go anywhere. We're going to watch the entire fourth quarter with you guys, and then we're going to jump into Q&A so we can cover some of your subjects. But we're going to take a quick break here, about a minute or so. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Weekday for the best NBA podcast here on YouTube, where the takes are hot and the drinks are cold. There's no dress code, and you can take us wherever you go. So pull up a stool, drop a like, and don't forget to subscribe. This is Basketball at the Bar. Grab your drinks, and let's go, Calvin. We got one more quarter of basketball here. If you guys have not been keeping up with us, Calvin and I have a little friendly wager on this game.
We sure do.
Calvin has the Clippers. We made this wager before
Looking
the Paul
good
George
right now.
situation, and I'm not going to lie, Calvin, I was feeling great this morning when I read the news.
Oh, I was feeling I was feeling very sick when I read the news.
Just like Paul George.
Just like Paul George.
I got the Pelicans winning this game. Loser has to take a shot of Jameson. But we also agreed that if this video breaks 20 likes, the winner
both
will
take
take a shot as well. So it'll be fun. You know what's funny, Calvin? I didn't even realize. So I wore this shirt today, if you guys can see it. It's lying on the beach. This is exactly what LeBron is doing right now because he is not playing in the playoffs.
That is true.
This is a Miami Heat shirt. I got this when LeBron signed with Miami. Maybe that's why I took Miami going to the finals, huh?
I guess.
This,
Maybe.
subliminal messaging through my shirt to myself.
That's fine. Whether it's subliminal or not, it's the wrong answer. But
Oh, that's funny. I don't know who it was, but I think it was it Shaq or Charles Barkley that called out LeBron James and was like, hey, man, we need to get you on Inside the NBA. You're not in the playoffs. I know you're not doing anything. He's trying his hardest to get him. We've seen a bunch of guys there. We've seen D. Wade do it a ton, even when he was in the league. And some of these other
Green
guys.
is another one.
Yeah, joining the broadcast. It'd be interesting to hear what LeBron has to say. But, none of those other guys.
It's funny if they can get LeBron on Peyton and Eli's Monday Night Football broadcast, but they can't get LeBron on Inside the NBA.
I mean, those other guys, they really cannot compare to LeBron in terms of like notoriety and the amount of people that really know him and the people that hate on him. So I get what LeBron feels, and maybe not wanting to go do this because
big foul call right there
opens him up for more criticism. It's kind of like a lose-lose for him.
Yeah,
like the same reason why he doesn't do the dunk contest.
Of course, yeah.
But as a fan, come on, LeBron, we want to see it. We want to hear your perspective. We want to know, and we promise we won't ask any questions about Anthony Davis or Russell Westbrook.
Yeah,
I can't go for Charles and Kenny, but we'll see. Another missed free throw, Calvin, this time by the Clippers.
Yeah, so the Clippers are 18 of 27 at the line right now. That's 69%. And the Pelicans are 10 of 19. That's 52.5%.
Wow. We're having a free throw contest here. There you go. Clippers extend the lead to 13. It's not looking good for me, Cal.
It is not looking good for you at all.
So this is the weird thing, right? Is the whole team was in contact with Paul George. Now he's out because he got sick yesterday.
Yeah, don't ask me to try to break down enforcing COVID protocols because I don't think anybody has the answer for that one.
What happens if Reggie Jackson and another guy comes down sick tonight or tomorrow morning? What does that mean for the Pelicans if the Pelicans win this game? What does that mean for the Clippers?
What does that mean? Yeah, I think it's the bigger story for the Clippers,
win
right?
This game.
Like, yeah.
Are they... That is the absolute worst thing that the NBA could have happen,
by
right?
far it's the worst case scenario for the NBA.
Other than like the finals, but even if it was the finals, you could delay it because that is the last series.
Right.
You're in the first round, you delay this game or this series, it pushes everything back. And that probably affects their scheduling conflicts because there's concerts all sorts of stuff scheduled at these venues. It's a very, very tricky situation. I think Kawhi Leonard will return if the Clippers advance.
Ooh, wow.
I do. I see him on the sideline. Would they upgrade him to a game time decision today? Not that really means anything, but just the fact that he's there, I think he'll play. The only way I see him not playing is if they go down 3-0 in the first round, which is very possible. And he's able to return. I don't see him returning.
Beautiful shot right there
for one more game. Jay Drew, you got Boston in the finals?
In the finals.
Wow. That's a bold move.
That's going to be tough, thinking that they're probably going to have to beat Brooklyn, Milwaukee, and Miami to get there.
I got Boston losing in the first round.
I have them losing the first round also. I wouldn't be surprised if they are able to beat out Brooklyn in the first round in 6 or 7 games. I would be very surprised if they end up beating Milwaukee in the second round, though.
Yeah. Can we talk some more about this Ramadan thing? I was looking it up.
We can talk about it as much as I'm able to comment on it. I don't know much about Ramadan, but
I was looking at up more today, and it's just absolutely crazy. Like, I'm not knocking on it or anything like that. It's just hard for me to fathom a guy like Kyrie Irving playing in an NBA game and not drinking water.
Yeah.
So apparently they don't eat or drink water from sunrise to sunset.
To sundown, yeah.
So if they're playing in the late game, and it's dark outside, does that mean he can drink water during the game?
I don't know the answer.
And what if he's traveling? So, like, it's the whole month of April. So, obviously, it's not going to last.
Like he goes across a different time zone in the air?
Yeah. Then what does that mean? What time zone are you aligned with?
I don't know anybody personal, or I don't have a close relationship with anybody that follow, or I don't know what the right word is to say. It's not like you follow it, or
Islam, I think.
No, but I just like observes this.
Oh yeah.
It's not a holiday, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody that goes through this personally. So
yeah. I don't know. I just think like Kyrie Irving's probably saving a bunch of time not going to the bathroom during the daytime if he's not eating or drinking anything, but he's probably up all night long.
It's working out for him so far. He was only 12 of 12 to start the other day.
He's probably up all night long peeing because as soon as the sun goes down, he's so thirsty. That's wild.
No, it is to think about playing in even like a rec league game, and not being able to drink water.
Oh, yeah.
That's wild.
I mean, dude, I was playing football a couple weeks ago, and I only brought one small water bottle, and I was out of water by halftime. I was dogging
Key Kings,
hard.
do you think Kevin O'Connor goes through Ramadan himself? I'm not so. I agree with you. I think that's an absurd statement to make.
Yeah, my man's on crack. If you're serious. It's not that hard. We just don't eat or drink or anything. It's like crazy. Yeah, that's wild. Props to Kyrie because that is definitely staying strong. If I were
it just goes to show how talented that guy is, right? Like,
yeah, it's all good, Vinny. Yeah. I'll hit the end stream button here. Yeah, thank you. Have a good night.
Oh yeah, man. Minimum 4 bottles of water, right?
Oh yeah.
And a Gatorade, and some like electrolyte packs or whatever.
Yeah.
Nah, I actually don't go through that much stuff if I'm playing, but.
Dude, if you're playing like 48 minutes. Well,
48 minutes in an NBA game?
Yeah.
Of course, I'm going to be doing everything. I probably need an IV on the sideline if I'm doing that, but.
I wonder if those are allowed because we don't see him cramping up, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Remember LeBron was going through that for a while?
Yeah.
And we saw Paul Pierce get carried off the court, remember? And then he's like, I just had to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Bet you Kyrie doesn't have to go to the bathroom.
Maybe.
I don't know. He's not eating or drinking
New Orleans has snuck their way back into this game, Barry. 5
like
points
it.
Here.
I like it. And Vinny's leaving early, so he doesn't have to take a shot of Jameson.
All right, gents.
Another big 3. Thank you, Vinny.
Thank you, buddy.
Shout out to Vinny Squatch. For those of you who may or may not know, he is our lead producer here. He makes the show look the way that it does. We love him for it.
He does the work of 6 people.
He's working overtime right now because Barry and I talk about basketball forever, and he's got to go. So you're just left with us now.
You need a road beer or anything, Vinny?
Still got some here.
Okay. You're all good.
He's biking, by the way. Don't take that out of context.
What are you talking about? He lives next door. He's walking down the street. But, on this channel, this is our very, very first week.
A foul called on that play.
Of coverage. Like I said, we're here Monday through Friday doing lives. We're considering doing a live tomorrow, Saturday, just because it's the first day of the NBA playoffs. I think Calvin and I are willing to do it. So if you guys want us to go live tomorrow, let us know in the chat or down below in the comments. If we get enough of you guys that want to see us tomorrow, we will make it happen. Right, Cal?
Yes, we will.
I'll be here.
We are here for you.
It'll be a little bit later because I'm working till like 5:30 or 6, but I could do one after that. But hey, that'll be right when the last game's finishing up. 4 exciting games tomorrow. I'm ecstatic. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to sleep tonight.
Oh God, Paul Pierce in the wheelchair. I
Yeah?
can't stand Paul Pierce.
You don't like
I'm
Paul
sorry.
Pierce?
I do not.
What did you think about that? What was it, that live that he had that got him kicked off ESPN? Did you watch that video?
That I actually like. Like, Fine. He doesn't play anymore. He can be whoever he wants to be.
That was hilarious.
But Paul Pierce for me is one of the more overrated players in NBA history.
Wow.
My mom used to always say this. This was before they got Boston traded for Ray Allen and Kevin Garnett. But she said, a team led by Paul Pierce will never win a championship.
This is before or after he got stabbed a bunch of times.
I think it was after.
He's an interesting guy. The truth, right?
Yeah. The truth until someone makes him look like a lie on the court.
I remember, like, at the time...
He got worked by a 40-something-year-old Michael Jordan.
Yeah. I remember at the time I was working at this restaurant. I was bartending, and we had this new busser guy who came from Boston, and he was all about the Celtics and just talk about them. He loved Paul Pierce. He just talk about him all day long. Blah, blah, blah. Paul Pierce, the best free throw shooter of all time and all this. And I'm like, dude, Paul Pierce isn't even the best free throw shooter on your team. You have Ray Allen.
Yeah.
I'll take Ray Allen. Like, don't get me wrong. Paul Pierce is a great free throw shooter, but I'm going to take Ray Allen over Paul Pierce any day of the week.
Absolutely.
Any day of the week. I wonder if that guy's still alive, dude. That guy drank like 4 or 5 Red Bulls a shift, and he was just crazy all the time. Shout out to Boston Mike. Hopefully you're still alive.
Yeah.
Last time I saw you, the police were looking
your
for
cousin
you.
from Boston?
Yeah.
From Boston. Yeah. I mean, Paul Pierce has just never really done it for me as a player, and he's 10 times worse as an analyst. So,
Well, he's gone now, so you don't have to worry about that.
yeah.
Doing his own thing. Good thing. Good luck, Paul, on your post-career. All right, Calvin, I like this. Here we go, tie game.
The wire.
Oh, they bricked another
missed
one.
free throw.
Jesus. That's going to be the difference in this game, huh?
That makes the Pelicans 11 of 21 at the line, and the Clippers are 20 of 30.
The Clippers have scored 3 points in the last 4 minutes. Oh, they got a nice little tip in there.
Brandon Ingram and CJ McCollum are stepping up right now, though. Those were the guys that we called out just a few minutes ago, right? And since then, they've put up a combined, 6 and 7, 13 points between the two of them in just like 5 minutes.
Which is exactly how many likes we have on this video. Only 7 away from doing a shot of Jameson. I also want to give another shout out to Vinny
keep
here.
pushing that because he knows he's going to be the one taking a shot.
No, that's not going to happen. But I also want to give another shout out to Vinny here. He's stuck with us, dude. 3.5 hours live.
Yeah, for real.
Good job, Vinny.
Shout out.
We appreciate you. Hope you guys all appreciate us.
It's got to
and
be
Vinny
pretty tough. This dude is from Brazil. Basketball is not, just like English isn't his first language, basketball is not his first sport either, right? So I can only imagine what it's like to sit in that chair and listen to the two of us talk about basketball for 3 straight hours.
We could
we really appreciate him.
We could talk about basketball forever, Calvin. I think so, especially when we got a live game going on that we can watch. But here we go. We got about 5.5 minutes left in this game. Clippers are up by 1. Not a good shot for them.
Yeah, you got to get something going earlier in the shot clock than that.
Pelicans got to slow the game down. They got to use their size. They need to get guys involved. And, yeah, they. Oh, how did he lose that one?
Wow.
Yeah, Vinny does deserve a raise. I agree. Right now, we just pay him in beer.
Yep.
And he doesn't drink that much beer.
Marcus Morris again. That guy has been huge for the Clippers. 27 points
Holy
now for
cow.
him.
9 of 16 from the field, 7 rebounds. Here we go, Calvin. It's money time.
It's winning time, as they like to say. And the double teams are going to start.
CJ for 3. Oh, man. Dude, he's going to...
Offensive rebounds
he's
are going to be huge.
make one of these.
Valanciunas isn't even on the court right now.
I like it. I like it.
Is he in foul trouble? No, he's not.
Clippers call a timeout. I totally forgot about Larry Nance
Trey
Jr.
Murphy's another guy. Rookie. Lot of upside. The dude is just a knockdown 3-point shooter.
Shooting 75% from three in this game.
Yep. He had a huge summer league. He really exploded onto the scene. I think that was a great pick for New Orleans.
New Orleans
Jeez, the 3-point shooting in this game. Both of these teams are now a combined 13 for 51 from three.
New Orleans just continues to win off the court. What did they start, 1-12?
1-12
this year on the season, and then they rallied to 10 games below 500, 36 and 46. So if you take out that 1-12, they're basically one game above 500, right?
Yeah.
And they are fighting for this spot. I just love David Griffin and everything he's done. I hope he can work it out with Zion.
He deserves a ton of credit.
What do you think will happen with the whole Zion situation?
I honestly think Zion's going to end up playing somewhere else.
Really?
I really do.
Wow.
There just have been too many reports. There was even another one released just today or yesterday where the Pelicans franchise and Zion's group are continuing to disagree with how his rehab has been handled. They currently think that he's ready to play. The Pelicans organization is saying they want to take more time and be more cautious with it. They've had these conflicting issues multiple times throughout his rehab.
We saw him dunking before the last game.
Oh, he's dunking like crazy.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the dude hasn't been playing. He hasn't been practicing. He hasn't been playing 5-on-5. He hasn't done any of that stuff. So they're at a huge crossroads right now, I think, not just with his own personal rehab and getting back into playing shape.
Weight struggles.
The way that, weight struggles, the way the team has been built, which for me is a huge question mark, right? Because if I'm Zion and I've seen everything that David Griffin has done while I've been hurt, I got to be over the moon excited.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he's doing everything he can to not only keep this team winning while Zion's hurt, but he's building around him. He's adding talent. He's adding pieces. Mm-hmm. So I'm confused from that perspective, from Zion's camp not being happy with all of that stuff. But I think the Pelicans organization definitely has a valid point in terms of his health being a major, major concern.
Yeah, Dennis, we saw that dunk. It was awesome. And yeah, it's interesting, right? Because normally you see it the other way around where the team is trying to get a guy to play and he's like, I'm not ready yet.
Kawhi Leonard.
And this is kind of opposite.
Yeah, it is very opposite.
Which is weird. But I get it. I get why they want to take it slow with him. But it's just an unfortunate situation.
Did you see the ESPN came out with a top 25 players under 25 list just a couple days ago? I think it was yesterday.
I didn't see the new updated one. I saw it a couple months ago.
So since most of us here are Kings fans and Kings supporters in this chat on this live, we can go straight to the meat and potatoes of it, right? Tyrese Halliburton, I believe, is ranked 14th or 15th on this list.
Well deserved.
Where do you think De'Aaron Fox is ranked?
What is he, 24 right now?
He is. I think he just turned 24.
Turned 24. I want to say number 6.
He's ranked 22nd.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's horrible.
The top 5, I think, are Luka, Jason
Morant.
Tatum, Ja Morant. I think those guys were definitely 1, 2, and 3. I'm blanking on the rest of it right now. But I think Zion is like 7th. De'Aaron is 22nd.
Dude, De'Aaron should definitely be above Zion.
Should De'Aaron be above Tyrese Halliburton?
Probably.
I think he should right now.
What are your thoughts here on Jeremy, 6'9", forward, 18 years old? Was it Sochin?
I'll be honest. I don't really know much about him. I really haven't watched a lot of film on him, so I can't confidently make any statements on him.
Calvin is our college guy. I have no idea who this is, but I will definitely do some research and I can get back to you.
I am. I just don't have as much time to pay attention to the college game, unfortunately, as I used to
work.
with 2 YouTube channels and a full-time job. But I'll get there one day.
Yeah, and with the power of you guys, we will hopefully make this our full-time job, and then we will have plenty of time to go over all that stuff. And I'm still going to throw it out there.
Really turned here in this game.
I'm still throwing it out there. Calvin's going to lose this game. I'm willing to take a shot as well if we can get to 20 likes. I see 10 people in here. We're at 13 right now. That means only 7 of you need to hit the like button, and I will do a shot of Jameson with Calvin. No strings attached. There you go. Oh. Oh, wow, missed it. All right, Calvin, here we go. We're almost 2 minutes left in this game.
It's winning time.
It's really slowing down. The pace of this game
Oh,
is
they're not going to count that.
really, really slowing down here. He's pissed. I totally thought Brandon Ingram was going to be the next KD.
There's still time.
Like, just not even just the skill set, but like looks wise. He's got the body
Yeah.
type, the build, everything.
Yeah, yeah.
I think he still can be him, but he's got to get better. He's a good player, but KD is
These last
incredible.
2 minutes are all going to be isolation basketball. Give it to Brandon Ingram, and if he doesn't have
Whoa, what a
wow.
bounce.
Is that Trey Murphy again?
What
Man,
a
that's a big
bounce. What a bounce.
And if you're the Clippers, who do you go to here? I mean, your best players all night long have been Reggie Jackson and Marcus Morris. So, but as I mentioned before,
There you go.
they've got a ton of shooters, and they've done it by committee all year long. So it's going to be a team effort for the Clippers if they're going to pull this out. On the flip side from that, for New Orleans, it's all about, I don't know what that was, but it's all about, I guess he thought Trey Murphy was going to cut back door there, but it's all about Brandon Ingram and CJ McCollum. How many
Yep.
big shots can they make down the stretch?
And just like that past game, I think it's more important for the Pelicans to have a lead in this game than the Clippers, because the Clippers can shoot so well, just like Atlanta in the last game. They can shoot themselves out of it. I don't know if the Pelicans can do the same thing, although they have been shooting well in the past couple minutes. For me, though,
Closing out possessions with a rebound for the Clippers here in this final minute and a half is absolutely imperative. They can't give any second chance opportunities here.
2-point game. You like Larry Nance out there? Or you think Valanciunas should be out there?
I'm a little confused as to why he's not out there. I think they're trying to go with the more athletic, versatile lineup to kind of counteract what
Yeah.
the Clippers are doing by playing small. But once we get into this last minute here, there's going to be free throws. I think you're going to see some offensive, defensive substitutions, and I'd expect Valanciunas to come in for rebounding on those free throws.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And it's
Interesting foul call there too. Herb Jones definitely sold that one.
All right, Calvin, we might break 4 hours on this stream live. That's exciting.
Pretty impressive. I think that'll be a record.
A half days of work.
Yeah.
All right, 1 minute left. I might as well pour this
It's
shot
getting
for you.
exciting. It's getting exciting. I can't even talk anymore after 4 hours.
I'm surprised. I thought I was going to go through much more beer than we have. I'm averaging about a beer an hour right now, which is probably good
Below
enough
our average.
probably good enough to drive. Not that I'm encouraging any of you to drive, and I'm not going to be driving a car, that is.
Yes. Golf carts are acceptable.
But I just got this shot for you here. I think I'm going to put it
I appreciate that.
right there for you, Calvin.
Famous last words is what I always say.
If you guys are excited for Calvin to take a shot here, let me know in the chat, because if you've been paying attention, Calvin's undefeated in these bets.
I am.
But not much longer. and I'm going to jinx myself here. But it feels good. Feels good to be up right now. Now,
they're
Calvin,
challenging this.
do either of these teams really have a
This
chance?
is going to be an unsuccessful challenge, but
Do either of these teams
I wouldn't have wasted a challenge here.
really have a chance against Phoenix?
No, I don't think they do. I mean, if you're telling me that Kawhi Leonard is coming back healthy and he's going to be 85% of what we normally expect from Kawhi Leonard, and Paul George is out there, I think the Clippers have a better chance. But I don't.
They got to make these free
see
throws.
either one of these teams beating the Suns in a 7-game series. I mean, you and I both have the Suns in the NBA Finals, so.
Yep. And I have them winning the NBA Finals. You all done?
These are big free throws right here. Got them both.
Another beer for you, sir?
Thank you, sir. And there's Zion looking on.
Where's Fred at, dude? We haven't seen Fred in a while.
I don't know. Yeah, if any of you guys know where Fred is.
Ooh, that was a close shot. Man, the Clippers are going to be so disappointed in this game. You know who's going to be really
like that,
disappointed?
Dennis.
Paul
Oh,
George.
Don't drive. You might spill your beer.
Don't want to do
Oh,
that.
that's a big shot.
All right, here we go.
Go. The Clippers are in almost the exact same situation as they were against Minnesota. That would have been huge if he got that to fall.
He looks exhausted. He's got those Rashawn Holmes glasses on, huh?
Oh, yeah. He's been wearing those for a couple years now.
Do you know why?
Why Reggie Jackson wears them?
Yeah.
I don't know why he does personally, but.
All right, you guys watching this game live? I hope so. It's, here we go. Big free throws for Reggie Jackson.
Very, very big.
26.
Man, he's had a really good game. 27 points,
left.
7 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 steals, 1 block, 45 minutes.
I think he's going to miss one of these. Just a guess.
Got the first one.
We'll see here. We will see. Since we got a lot of Kings fans here in the chat, do you guys have any thoughts on the head coaching search right now? Anybody you'd really like? I know Frank Vogel is available now if you want to take another ex-Laker coach. Kenny Atkinson. We talked about Mike D'Antoni. Let us know who you like.
Oh, wow, you're right.
Missed one, huh?
Missed one.
Yeah, Reggie Jackson, as I mentioned, when he got all upset in Oklahoma City and said he deserves to be a starter and he moved to Detroit his very first game, he got nervous and was puking on the sidelines. Dude's not made for the big moments, Calvin.
I beg to differ with that. He came up huge for them in big moments in the playoffs the past couple of seasons. So,
And what did that do for them?
I mean, it did much more than if he didn't come up big in those moments.
They got no rings.
They got no rings, but there's a lot of teams and a lot of players that got no rings.
Yeah, only one team can win it every year. So we get it. We get it. What have you seen out of this game today, Calvin? Anything that really impressed you or just kind of another game?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a really exciting game. You know, I think the NBA is happy that that these playing games have come down to the wire here and have been, highly entertaining and stuff like that. But as I've said before, I don't like the plan. This is just an example of, if the Clippers are 100% healthy, they're a much different team.
Yep.
But
Part of the game?
it's part of the game, and you've got an opportunity here where a team like New Orleans, who's 10 games under 500 for the regular season, sneaks into the playoffs.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's good for these young players, and I think it validates some of the moves that David Griffin's made, and maybe this helps the whole Zion Williamson situation, right? Maybe it does.
Possible. Very possible.
But then again, Anthony Davis made the playoffs with them a few times and actually upset a team, and he still wanted to move on as well.
Yes, he did.
So that's the unfortunate event of being a small market team, right?
Good trap there. Really
man.
good trap.
Wow. Oh, jumping into the crowd. You know, I would have liked to see a little bit more out of Herb Jones. We saw a bunch out him in the last game. Only 7 points. I know he's a rookie. You don't really expect too much from him. They're winning this game. But I was just really, really impressed with him in the last
Wow,
game.
I didn't even realize Reggie Jackson was making that trap on his knees.
Brandon Ingram's at 30 points now. CJ McCollum at 19.
There you go. That's exactly who you want to get the ball right there.
They've definitely stepped up here, and it's not over.
It's not over. That was good defense there from the Clippers on that inbound. The Pelicans ran that exact same play. They're looking to get Brandon Ingram the ball.
Yep.
Clippers took that away. Now Larry Nance Jr.'s got to step up and make some big free throws here.
And they've missed a ton of free throws. He's 0-1 today from the free throw line. Or is he going to miss this one, Calvin? Yep.
Clank.
There you go. Building another house.
And here you go with the offense-defense substitutions. We got some rebounding in here for the Clippers.
I mean, for me, he just needs to make this shot. He needs one. 2 would have been nice, but as long as you get 1, I think you'll be safe here.
Oh,
Wow.
timeout. Left the door open.
You know whose shot this is? Paul George.
Yeah,
And
or
he's-
Kawhi.
And he's not here.
Neither of them are there. So, yeah, now this is actually a pretty difficult call, I think, if you're the Clippers, because you've got a ton of guys that you'd feel comfortable with taking a 3 here.
And a ton of time left.
Yep. Marcus Morris Sr., 4 of 10 tonight from 3, 40%. Covington's 2 of 4 from 3. Norman Powell started off really slow, 1 of 4 on the night, but has been shooting it great all year long. Reggie Jackson is another guy who's struggled shooting in this game, but as I mentioned before, comes up big for this team in big moments. So who do you give the ball to here?
Dennis says give it to Reggie.
I agree. I think Reggie's going to take this shot.
As far as Kings coaches, Kenny Atkinson, Quinn Snyder, David Vanterpool, Mike Brown, any of those guys you really like?
I like all of them.
I like
for
Quinn
different
Snyder
reasons.
a lot. I just don't know if he's available yet.
Yeah, I think we'll have to wait and see on that. I still, Kenny Atkinson has been my favorite for this job for months now. I'm not going to change my opinion on that.
And I still really do like Mike D'Antoni. I know some of you guys aren't big Mike D'Antoni fans, but I still think he could have a huge impact on De'Aaron Fox. I really do. All right, Calvin, what are you doing here? Are you going for a quick 2? Are you trying to get a 3? Are you waiting until the end of the shot clock, or what are you doing here?
There's definitely enough time to get going downhill and get a good shot at the rim for a 2-point opportunity. I think that's usually what NBA teams do here, but the Clippers are such a good 3-point shooting team. Yeah, that play was going
did they
for 3
foul?
the whole way. Yep.
Wow. I don't know if that's the right move, just based on the fact that the Pelicans can't make any free throws. It looks like Ty Lue's drinking a Heineken. Green bottles.
Maybe it's a Heineken 0. Yeah, they were going for that.
Oh, man.
Norman Powell off the screen for 3. If not, it was going to be Robert Covington in the corner for 3.
Oh, wow. Maybe it was the right move, huh? That's a bold move to foul them that early. Because you're basically, baiting them into a free throw shooting contest, which the
Neither
Pelicans
team has shot well from the free throw line tonight. So
Yeah. He definitely
I
wants
like
that
the
one
strategy if you're New Orleans.
back. Really?
I do.
Okay. Wow. Now, if you're the Clippers, are you fouling right away? Or are you trying to push the ball in somebody's hands like a Larry Nance and then foul
Yeah, I
him?
mean, I think you're obviously looking for an opportunity to create a turnover off this inbound. But that's the thing. If you don't get that steal right away or even a solid trap right away, depending on where the ball gets inbounded to, you got to take a foul immediately.
Yeah. Who knows, Kyle? We might get overtime here.
We might.
That'd be exciting. Why not, right?
Why not? Go for 5 hours.
Where are we at right now? Oh, we're at 3 hours and 50 minutes. We got to at least break 4 hours. Why not, right? We're doing it for the fun. We do it for the likes.
That's right.
You guys can pay us in likes. That's totally fine. Kawhi Leonard does not look happy.
Does Kawhi Leonard ever look happy?
When he's hanging out with Serge Ibaka, he does.
What it do, baby?
It also looked like they were maybe rolling something special back there. He's
Right.
all licking his lips and stuff. I've seen that look before.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely seen that look before.
Yeah, Key Kings, I agree with you. They're missing Luke Kennard. I mean, the Clippers are missing a lot of people right now, right? But Luke Kennard's definitely one of them.
Oh, I see a guy with a Rams hat. There you go. All right, Herb Jones. Who are you putting on the inbounder?
I would probably put Batum on there, but it looks like Marcus Morris is going to be the guy on the inbounder. Oh, they went. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
See,
There
you
you go.
have to go for the foul there.
Yep.
He went for the jump ball, and that probably lost the game for him. There it is.
Oh, they got a rebound. There you go. It's over. Woo!
Wow. Man, I was feeling really good about that.
I'm feeling pretty good about this, Calvin. Pelicans. I should have bet the house on it, guys. I should have bet the house.
I mean, the fact that they almost won without Kawhi and Paul George, like,
Look at that.
I feel like I won this shot, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, you are the winner. You get to take a shot. I wanted to take one, but we couldn't get to 20 likes, so that's okay.
Cheers, everybody. It's okay because my regular picks are the real picks. You can take that to the bank. Milwaukee in 7 over Phoenix.
Yeah, looking at my picks here. Let's see. Yeah, either way, Phoenix is winning 4-1. I don't care. How was that? Delicious, huh? That's a fresh
Most delicious.
bottle.
Yeah,
Room temp.
it's perfect.
Nice and good. All right. So we'll do a quick little just recap on this game real quick. Then we'll open it up to Q&A for you guys here in the chat. And then Calvin and I are hitting the showers.
Yeah, time to get some dinner.
Yes. or another shot, right? All right. Stings the nostrils. So, Calvin, it's official. Pelicans win 105-101 over the LA Clippers. If you would have asked me this 12 hours ago, this is what I would have predicted. If you would have asked me this 2 days ago, this is what I predicted, but I wouldn't have been as confident as I was this morning when I heard Paul George was not going to be available to play in this game. So, Calvin, what did you
Trap
see
game.
out of the Pelicans? What did you see out of the Clippers? Did the Pelicans win this game, or did the Clippers lose this game?
Ooh, that's tough. I mean, really neither one of these teams wanted to win this game, right? Like, the Pelicans won this game shooting 52% from the free throw line, 27% from 3.
Yeah.
That's rough. But then you look at the Clippers.
Yeah, they shot worse.
41% from the field, 25% from 3,
Yeah.
and 65% basically from the free throw line.
And they were at home.
Neither one of these teams wanted to win this game. And the craziest part is neither team had more than 8 turnovers.
I think 9 for the Pelicans. But yeah,
Neither team was in double digits in turnovers.
crazy.
So I mean, this is I don't know how much you can really take away from this game, right? Like, Paul George didn't play. Of course, Kawhi didn't play. The Pelicans have been a much better team since they got CJ McCollum, but they're not, like, let's be real, they're not a threat, I think, to Phoenix.
Yeah.
So this is it's just another game for the NBA. And it was a close game, an exciting game, came down to the wire, but not good basketball, really, from either one of these teams.
Yeah, bearing a huge injury or two to Phoenix, I don't think either of these teams really had a chance against the Phoenix Suns. But I think this is another fun game for the fans, right? This is exactly what the NBA was trying to do.
Definitely what the NBA wants.
Make it exciting.
Definitely what the NBA wants.
Put 6 more games. We saw all the money that they lost during the COVID pandemic, which is still going. This adds 6 more games of revenue onto their books, so it helps pat their pocketbooks. But it also gives a little bit more basketball for us to watch. I do have to say, though, even though I picked the Pelicans to win this game, and they barely won it without Paul George, without Luke Kennard, without Kawhi Leonard for the Clippers, I really like what I'm seeing from the Pelicans. If you were to take a sample size of the trade deadline to now, the Pelicans are a much improved team over the first half of the season. Obviously, they brought in guys like CJ McCollum. They are playing much better. It's amazing what they've been able to do without their number 1 overall pick in Zion Williamson. I'm not sure exactly how that situation is going to end, but I'm feeling pretty positive if I'm a Pelicans fan. Maybe I won't feel the same way next week when we get absolutely annihilated in the first round, but it's something to look up towards. It's something to build off of, and I think the Pelicans are going to be a good team next season.
Yeah, I mean, if Zion actually comes back and plays in this series, then I feel like if you're a Pelicans fan, that's when you might really get excited, because you finally get a chance to see what this complete team could look like. And I think there's a lot of reason to be optimistic for the future. That being said, this team definitely needs to improve in some areas. Their bench depth is one big thing for me. I think they've got some nice young players. Trey Murphy is a guy that I like a lot with his ability to stretch the floor and shoot from the outside. But for a guy that's his size, I'd like him to be a better defender. And you can go down the list on all these guys. I want to give a shout out to Willie Green, though. Coach of the Pelicans. I thought his in-game adjustment was really, really good. Going into this game, I expected Valanciunas to be the X factor because I thought that he just had too good of a matchup inside against a team that plays small and is not a good rebounding team. The Pelicans got back into this game because they went away from that. They put Valanciunas on the bench. Larry Nance comes in, more versatile defender, a guy that can run a little bit more. They kind of matched that small ball lineup, and that's what got them back in this game. So props to Willie Green.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. All right, we are going to open it up to Q&A. So if you guys have any questions, any subjects, any topics you would like us to touch on in the last 10 minutes or so of this stream, think of them now, put them here in the chat, and Calvin and I would be happy to take your questions or touch on any subjects that you can think of. So Calvin, while they are working on that, I just want to touch on Sunday's games real quick here because we still haven't decided whether we're going to be live streaming tomorrow or if we're going to be back on Monday. Tomorrow's the first day of the playoffs. We talked about all 4 of these games. We're taking Utah in the first game with no Luka Doncic. We both have Memphis. We both have Philadelphia. And we both have Golden State. Now, we just finished this game. We finally have some clarity on Sunday about what the matchups will be. 4 games on Sunday. First off, we have Atlanta at Miami. Who are you taking?
Miami.
All right.
It's pretty easy to make.
Quick one there.
Miami.
Okay. Second game is Brooklyn at Boston.
This one's tough because I have this series going 7 games. I have Brooklyn winning, but I think a lot of these games are going to be kind of toss-up games. I'll take Boston to win game 1.
Yeah.
I think Brooklyn ends up winning the series, though.
I agree with you. I think that Boston is going to get the first laugh on Kyrie Irving, and that's winning on Sunday. And I think Kyrie's going to get the last laugh and finish the series with a Brooklyn victory. Next game.
I don't feel 100% confident about that, though, just because Kyrie and Kevin Durant have now had a few opportunities here at the end of the year to get more reps in with each other, and they're both playing at a all-world level. So it certainly wouldn't surprise me to see Brooklyn come in and win that game by 7, 8 points.
It's definitely possible. They're a very talented team. Next up, Chicago at Milwaukee.
I really want to pick the Bulls to win this game. I would love to pick the Bulls to win this series. However, I'm a realist, and I just can't do it. The Bulls are going to give Milwaukee everything they've got. I expect DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine to put up huge numbers throughout this whole series. Tristan Thompson actually is on record saying he wants Zach LaVine to attack these playoffs the way Devin Booker attacked the bubble playoffs.
Okay.
I think that's possible. It could happen that they play that well individually. They're just not good enough as a team with no Lonzo. Alex Caruso just came back. He's still not probably, at 100% game shape. Mm-hmm. And we're talking about the champs here. That Chicago has zero answer for Giannis. Absolutely zero answer. So Milwaukee's going to win.
I really like Chicago a lot. I'm ecstatic for their fan base. I think they've had a wonderful year. I'm going to stick with what I said earlier in the year, that I think that they're maybe a year or two early, but they've definitely made some big strides. However, this is the only sweep that I took in my bracket, so I think Milwaukee wins this first game and they win the series. Unfortunately, Chicago does not squeak out a win in this series, which pains me to say as well, because I do like Chicago a lot, but I think they're going to come back next year with a vengeance. I really do. All right, and then our final game of the day on Sunday, we have Pelicans and Phoenix Suns.
The sun is going to be blazing hot on Sunday.
You know what they say? It is Sun Day.
Yeah.
So that's exciting. That is really exciting. I'm taking Phoenix all day.
Yep.
And
take it to the bank.
I don't know if it's going to be close, but
That's
if it
my
is,
only sweep. So Phoenix is winning every game in that series.
But if it is close, I'll be pretty proud of the Pelicans. Like, I don't know if I can be more proud than I am right now, because I think that they've made huge strides this season. But I'm picking the Suns on Sunday.
That's right. Brandon Ingram's going to have a tough go of things.
Oh,
Mikal
yeah.
Bridges is probably going to be on him. Yeah, good luck, New Orleans.
Dennis said, forgot to tell you guys, I was at Chipotle in Natomas this week, and I bumped into Damian Jones. Does he have a future with the Kings?
Oh, you want my answer? I sure hope he does. Sacramento better hope he does. But it's one of those things. He's an unrestricted free agent.
Yep.
He played pretty darn well to finish the year. I think there's going to be a number of teams that are going to offer him a contract. And so it all comes down to how much is Sacramento willing to pay him, and will he accept that offer over potentially a more lucrative deal with another team?
Yeah, I partially agree with that. I think that there will be many suitors for him, including Sacramento, and I think it's going to come down to Damian Jones and where he wants to go, right? If you're making the same amount of money with a contending team as you are with Sacramento, who are you going to choose? I really do hope that he returns next season, but I have my doubts as well. Key Kings, do you guys know anything new about the Robert Sawyer investigation and whether he is going to sell his ownership from the Suns?
I don't know anything new about the situation, and I'm actually kind of, surprised that this isn't a bigger story. I think that there's definitely some things that we need to uncover about this situation and figure out. It certainly doesn't look good for him, but when your team wins, it covers up a lot of things, right? I mean, even Donald Sterling, like, after all of everything that he did with the Clippers, they were finally starting to get good again, and it took the worst possible outcome for him personally to be removed from that team.
Yep.
So it's going to be an interesting situation to see how it plays out. I don't know of any new updates, though.
He said there was news that he will be retiring as executive chairman from Western Alliance in June. So maybe that means something.
It could. It could also mean nothing, though. Like, yeah, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm a billionaire and I'm retiring from my job, there's no news there. It's just that I have better things to do with my time. And obviously I don't need any money at this point. But I feel for the Phoenix Suns. I feel for him. I don't really know the whole story, so I'm not like picking a side here. But it does very, like, it sucks when your name is dragged through all these things, whether it's true or false. It's tough for you. It's tough for your family. It's tough for everybody around you. So hopefully they can figure out exactly what's happening here, and they can come up with a solution that doesn't hurt but helps people, right?
Yeah.
Jay Drew, do you think the perception of the Kings has any effect on how candidates come in to interview?
Well, I'm assuming that you're talking about head coaching candidates with this question. And for me personally, I'm going to say no. I think that as a player, the state of the organization or the franchise, a team that you associate with either being a winning team or a losing team does matter. Not that it wouldn't matter for a coach either, but from a coach's perspective, first of all, you always want to be the guy that turns that team around, right? Mm-hmm. And second of all, coaching jobs are so a dime a dozen. Like we just talked about it the other day. No or very few head coaches choose to quit or retire, right? They're always fired.
Yep.
So you're always worried about, am I going to get that next opportunity to be a coach? It doesn't matter where it comes from. You just want it from anywhere. So I think if you're a coach, it doesn't matter what the state of the franchise is or how many years they've lost, missed the playoffs, all that stuff. You just don't know when your next opportunity is going to be, so you have to take it wherever it comes from.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like I don't know if the 16-year playoff drought really has anything to do with next year's team, right? It's like if I flip a quarter 75 times and it lands on tails every time, does that mean that the next time I flip it, it's more likely to land on heads? No, it doesn't. But I am wondering why it landed on tails 75 times in a row, right? So that's where I'm kind of doing my research, and I'm like, okay, what is going on here? Why has there been all these losses over 2 different ownership groups, multiple head coaches, tons of different players? Obviously, the responsibility is not on any one person or party. It has kind of been transferred, but there's a culture, there's an effect, there's something that's going on here that's adding to this, right? As a head coach or as just a competitor in general, you want to win, right? So you're looking at challenges. This is another challenge to overcome, right? Everyone wants to be validated in the things that they do. They want to be needed. And so the ability to turn around a team, if that matters to you, if that's part of your ego, what is better than winning with a team that hasn't made the playoffs in 16 years? To break that streak. So depending on the candidate, I think some people will see it as a negative thing. Some people won't care. And some people will actually look at it as like, here's an opportunity to be the best that I can. But ultimately, I think anybody that's interviewing for the head coaching position is going to be looking at management, they're going to be looking at ownership, and they're going to be looking at this collection of players and what they can do with them. I love what Monty said in his post-season press conference where he's talking about we are going to interview coaches and we're going to say, hey, if you're head coach of this team, what are you going to do? What's going to make you different?
Yep.
And I think it goes both ways. If I'm a head coach interviewing, I'm going to interview them as well and ask them what they expect from me, what they want from me, what went wrong with the last one and stuff like that. But ultimately, I think, the perception of the Kings losing is not going to be a huge factor as far as hiring a head coach. I think a bigger factor would be if I'm worried that Vivek is going to undermine me or management is going to undermine me as the coach. I want to be guaranteed something like I need 3 years to turn this thing around. Obviously, I can't do it in one season, but I'm just looking for everybody to kind of be on the same page. But I'm really excited for the offseason. So I think we're going to have a head coach here in the next probably 2 months, and I'm excited.
Yeah, I would agree with everything you said. And Jay Drew, that's a good point to make. Like owner involvement or owner overstepping their boundaries, forcing their hand on decisions that are made in the organization. Probably not for, a bunch of organizations in professional sports, but it definitely hinders certain teams.
Yeah.
The Knicks, are one that comes to mind for sure. And I think a case can be made for Sacramento as well with that. But Monty McNair seems to have, the full reins, taking control of everything right now.
And he's capable.
And I think there's reason to be optimistic just from the fact that he is the guy running the show now.
Yeah, I agree. What's up, Flame Fury 11? I got your message earlier today. Don't worry, I will be shipping the ball out on Monday to you. So hopefully you get it soon. Key Kings, I know it's been 16 years since the Kings made the playoffs, but why don't star-level type of players want to join the Kings, knowing that they would get love and support for making the playoffs?
I think, unfortunately for Sacramento, it's a byproduct of the way that the NBA operates now with player empowerment. Certainly if you were to go back to the 90s and the 80s, you never saw star-level players moving around from team to team as much. They would stick with the team that either drafted them or, a team that gave them their real first shot in the league. And there wasn't all of this, or I guess there wasn't as much player empowerment at that point in the league. And, some people blame LeBron James for that. Some people credit LeBron James for that. However your opinion is on the issue, I think it's a very real thing in the NBA today. Yep. It's, first of all, there's so much talent in the league. You can't just go to a team and be one great player or have another great player on your team. That's not good enough to win anymore.
Yep.
So guys look around the league and they see, well, nobody's choosing to go to Sacramento to make that team good, even if they would want to, be a part of the team that has the renaissance in Sacramento and revives the city and the team and all that. They make the playoffs. Of course, they're going to be treated like legends. If that next Sacramento team that makes the playoffs, those players will be idolized for sure.
Yep.
But it's all about having a realistic shot to win, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Sacramento is not that team. They haven't been that team for almost 2 decades.
And just if you think about the fact that the average NBA career is not that long. Even if you were to play 16 years in the league, which is an abnormality and is amazing, if you would have played the last 16 years from Sacramento, you wouldn't have made the playoffs your entire career.
Yeah.
Which is really rough. Who are your top free agent targets for Sacramento?
That's a hard question to answer. I'm not really sure I have any specific names. I mean, I think that they should be going after all of the big name players, right? Like you have to try to get some of these guys, DeAndre Ayton and Zach LaVine and all of, they should be in contact with all those guys. How realistic is it that they land one of those people? Probably not that realistic. So they're going to have to, I think, use the draft and trades to really build out, to improve talent on the roster. And then you're going to have to, as Sacramento is used to doing a lot of times, kind of play the scraps at the end of free agency, right?
Yeah.
And what you're looking for first and foremost is wing depth, shooting, and two-way players. That's how they've got to fill out this roster. So guys like Gary Harris are coming up high on my list, not because I think he's one of the top free agents in this class, but I'm hoping that I don't have to pay too much money for a guy that's going to come in and positively impact my team, especially on the defensive end.
Yeah, Sacramento is not known for attracting top free agents, and I don't know if they're going to attract any top free agents this season. I would love to get a guy like Zach LaVine, but honestly, I don't know if he would choose Sacramento over Chicago. If I were him, I wouldn't. Just looking at the rosters, looking at the success.
He has very little incentive to sign with Sacramento over Chicago.
I don't know why I would do that. But this Kings team does need to add more talent to the roster. I agree with Calvin. I think that's going to be through the draft or through trades. And then I think they're going to fill in the rest of this roster through free agency. Now, if you want me to name one guy that I think the Kings can get in free agency and I think will help this team, Robert Covington. We just saw him play tonight. They just got eliminated.
Again, 3-and-D players.
I think he could potentially be available. So I'm putting Robert Covington on my list.
We heard Monty McNair say in that exit interview, shooting is going to be a huge priority for this team in the offseason.
Yep.
So,
all right, we're wrapping up here. Thank you guys so much for joining us on another Basketball at the Bar podcast. We appreciate you all. Make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. And also, make sure you hit that notification bell. Calvin and I possibly will be going live tomorrow. We're not quite sure, but we will be live on Monday. So make sure you guys hit that notification bell so that you are notified every time we put out a new video or every time we're live, because we would love to have you guys join us. Jay Drew, I agree with you. I think draft day will be huge, and May 17th, the draft lottery is going to be huge for all of us. But thank you guys so much for watching. The bar is closed. Make sure you guys tip your bartenders. Have a wonderful evening.